Chapter 30:167. Murderous intent rose in the Spirit Emperor's heart. But at the same time, Yi Shiwen also regarded him as the best candidate for Whetstone. Both sides' battle intent soared to the limit. Waves of terrifying power surged out from both sides and instantly spread in the sky, turning into a divine kingdom. The two huge, holy kingdoms collided fiercely, like two huge worlds colliding and engulfing each other. Boom! No one knew how long the confrontation lasted. Finally, Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack. Endless power of time spread out from his body like a vast ocean. 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen shouted. His punch pierced through the entire battlefield as if it had pierced through the eternal peace. The profound meaning of the destruction and rebirth of the world was displayed in this punch. Yi Shiwen brought out a terrifying aura. It was as if an ancient heavenly lord had awakened from a deep slumber and awakened from the chaos. He was incomparably overbearing. This was also the first time that Yi Shiwen had truly displayed his full strength and had climbed to the peak. Whether it was the battle with Emperor Yin or the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor, he had never used his full strength like this because they were not worthy of Yi Shiwen's full strength. However, the Spirit Emperor in front of him was different. He gave Yi Shiwen immense pressure. Although the Butterfly Sovereign asked Yi Shiwen to hold the Spirit Emperor back, Yi Shiwen did not simply want to hold the Spirit Emperor back. This punch almost surpassed the world's understanding of boxing. It was unparalleled. This punch shook the entire battlefield, and many people could not help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Humph! Yi Shiwen's punch was directly in front of the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying light was emitted from his eyes. Behind him, immortal light overflowed, and there was an invincible power undulating up and down. Boom! Yi Shiwen's terrifying power directly blasted into this endless immortal light. The two powerful forces collided together, and the burner emitted a dazzling radiance. The endless principles turned into runes and flew chaotically between the heavens and the earth. However, they were completely incinerated by the power of this collision. Wallalala! This force spread out in all directions, almost causing the entire battlefield to collapse. Fortunately, there were countless formations in the entire Stormwind City that directly absorbed this shockwave. Although the main formation had been pierced through by the Night King's spear, it was not completely damaged. The entire formation was very complicated, and the damage to one area would not cause the entire barrier to collapse. Otherwise, Storm City would really be waiting to fall. Sparks of the Great Path splashed everywhere. No one had expected that the collision between the two sides would produce such an astonishing power. These sparks of the Great Path that were blasted away seemed to have turned into gods, chanting sutras. Endless divine sounds spread throughout the entire battlefield. Everything seemed to have turned into eternity. A battle between Realm 7 and Realm 8. Yi Shiwen's offensive gradually came to a stop. His strength had already reached the limit, and he attacked in front of the Spirit Emperor in one fell swoop. Is that all? A sneer flashed across Spirit Emperor's face. It seemed as if he didn't care about Yi Shiwen's attack at all. You're still far from it. This is just the beginning. Yi Shiwen didn't know when the Infinite Pain Sword had already appeared in his hand. It was invincible, and it directly slashed down, splitting the universe. Above the sky, even the scene of ancient times reappeared. It was a fragment of time that was cut down by Yi Shiwen's sword. It was a fragment of distant time. Even if one cultivated the laws of time to the extreme, no one could truly return to the source of the river of time. Just the scene of Yi Shiwen's sword slashing out a fragment of time was already very shocking. He had truly integrated the power of time into his martial arts. This was also one of the biggest trump cards that allowed Yi Shiwen to dare to fight head-on with the Spirit Emperor. If he didn't have the power of time to protect himself, Yi Shiwen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to win in front of the Spirit Emperor. Clang! The sword landed directly on Ling Huang's body. However, a suit of armor appeared on Ling Huang's body. The armor glowed with the light of endless laws. Countless laws were wrapped in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming this suit of armor. Bang! The battle armor shattered under the Avicii sword. At this time, a look of real surprise flashed in the Spirit Emperor's eyes. Ordinary Seventh Realm experts weren't this fierce, and it was precisely because of this that the other party had to die even more. Die! The Spirit Emperor roared and directly pointed a finger. In an instant, it crossed time and space, and the strongest finger pointed towards Yi Shiwen's face. Bang! This finger was blocked by the boundary of the time robe when it flipped over Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! This finger's momentum didn't decrease, and it directly broke the boundary of the time robe. It fell on the time robe, leaving a pale white mark. Thump, thump, thump. Although the power had been reduced a lot, the remaining power was still huge. Yi Shiwen was directly shaken a few steps back, and finally all the power of the shock dissipated. So much power. The Eighth Realm is really extraordinary. Yi Shiwen calmed down the surging blood in his heart. Not only was he not afraid, but on the contrary, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. After stepping into the Seventh Realm, the cultivation path of the Emperor had stepped into another realm, a whole new realm. At this step, they were all favored by the heavens, and who was worse than the other? They had all walked their own paths. Yi Shiwen, if this is all you've got, then today will be the day you die. The Spirit Emperor was a little surprised that he didn't seriously injure Yi Shiwen, but then he recovered his indifference. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before Yi Shiwen died today. Spirit Emperor, don't be too proud. If we were at the same realm, it wouldn't be much more difficult for me to kill you than killing an ant. Yi Shiwen grinned, and his expression was extremely calm. He wasn't threatening, nor was he being stubborn. He was just stating the irrefutable truth. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to step into the Eighth Realm. The Spirit Emperor's expression became colder, and he moved as he spoke. Previously, he had only been defending, but this time he had truly moved. This attack of the Spirit Emperor had shown why he was able to become a general under Senior Pan Tiantian. He stepped forward alone. He was clad in spirit armor and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. He actually wanted to fight Yi Shiwen with his bare hands. His physical cultivation had also reached an earth-shattering level. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid and instead shouted, "Just in time!" He directly went up to meet the Spirit Emperor. There was nothing to be afraid of if it was just a battle of physical strength. Bang! An incomparably loud rumble, like a comet crashing into a planet, shook the entire universe. The fists of the two people directly collided on the spot. The shocking shock from both sides swept the two people fiercely. The Spirit Emperor's body shook slightly and then completely stabilized. On the other side, Yi Shiwen's whole body was blood red from head to toe. In his body, countless blood vessels were broken on the spot, almost seeping out from the surface of his body, but he was still standing. In the direct physical collision, Yi Shiwen suffered a small loss. There was a huge difference in the skills between the two sides. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shiwen was already shocking that he wasn't blown away by the punch. However, in just a breath's time, Yi Shiwen returned to normal. The Phoenix regeneration technique had restored his injuries to the peak. Every emperor had walked their own path, and they had walked far on their own path. It was difficult for others to reach. Yi Shiwen didn't know how profound the skill of the Phoenix ancestor was back then, and whether it was comparable to him who had now stepped into the Seventh Realm. However, in terms of the attainments in healing, Yi Shiwen indeed couldn't compare with it. Yi Shiwen could now create hundreds of healing techniques in minutes. But compared with the Phoenix regeneration technique, it was still somewhat inferior. Yi Shiwen had always been open to these, and all of them were used for his own use. Again, Yi Shiwen roared. Not only did he not retreat, but on the contrary, he went up again. In his body, the mysterious space was burning frantically, analyzing for him so that he could really understand in the battle. Only in such a decisive battle of life and death, Yi Shiwen could really bring out his potential to the extreme. Boom! 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 Above the sky, there was such a huge roar everywhere. The battle between the two even overshadowed the shouts of the entire battlefield. Even the two people blocked the entire hole in the barrier. The scope of the battle between the two was too large and directly covered the entire hole. The battle between the two sides at the hole also stopped. They couldn't even touch each other, so how could they fight? Even if it was a quasi-emperor, if they were directly swept by the shock waves of the battle between the two sides, they would also die without a burial place. Moreover, this shock wave did not distinguish between the two sides. As long as one was close, all would die. Everyone could see at this time that this was clearly Yi Shiwen's intention. With his own strength, he stalled the entire offensive pace of the foreign creatures. He even borrowed a part of the power of the Spirit Emperor. In this case, it did not matter if the people of Storm City could not attack, but if the foreign creatures could not attack, it would be depressing. Unfortunately, they could not do anything to Yi Shiwen. The battle between the Spirit Emperor and Yi Shiwen had entered the most intense stage. In the sky, from time to time, there would be blood falling like a downpour. Everyone could see that Yi Shiwen was bathed in blood, and there were many wounds on his body. But he was like a pillar supporting the sky, standing in the middle of the hole, and no one could break through. On the other side, the Spirit Emperor's situation was better than Yi Shiwen's. However, he was also quite embarrassed. The spirit armor on his body had been smashed by Yi Shiwen many times. Even his main body had been blasted by Yi Shiwen several times. Many cracks had appeared on his body, even though he had used his powerful martial power to protect his body. Chapter 3168. In general, Yi Shiwen's injuries were much more serious, but it was not obvious from the scene. Although Yi Shiwen was at a disadvantage and covered in blood, he repeatedly launched attacks without retreating. Instead, the Spirit Emperor at the peak of the 8th realm could only defend himself. It was hard to tell that Yi Shiwen was at a disadvantage just by looking at the battle between the two sides. Especially Yi Shiwen's tyrannical physical strength and recovery ability made everyone look at him with admiration. There was no doubt that Yi Shiwen was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but he had been able to fight until now by relying on his amazing resilience. No matter how many injuries he had suffered, he could always recover in a very short period of time. It could not be regarded as a real danger zone or a land of death. Although the Spirit Emperor was strong, he was not like the Night Emperor or Pan Tian Tian, who had the ability to kill him in a short time. It was precisely because of this that Yi Shiwen had been able to drag the battle until now. Yi Shiwen had the confidence to compete with him. Blood kept flowing down. Yi Shiwen seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact his vitality was vigorous. It gushed out like a pillar and soared into the sky. It looked vigorous. The Spirit Emperor's expression was also extremely indifferent. He had never thought that the battle would be dragged to this point. Yi Shiwen was far more difficult to deal with than he initially expected. The Spirit Emperor's eyes burst out a shocking cold light. Around his body, a huge massacre battlefield suddenly emerged. It expanded with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. In an instant, it had wrapped Yi Shiwen in it. Now I will trap him. You guys rush. The Spirit Emperor had also realized Yi Shiwen's idea. Yi Shiwen alone could not seal the entire hole, but if the Spirit Emperor's strength was included, then the situation would be completely different. This time he completely blocked Yi Shiwen's path and made way for the others. Let's go kill! At this time, many foreign creatures who had been holding back on the side seemed to have gone crazy. They roared and rushed down. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. He suddenly stretched out a big golden hand and slapped towards the foreign creatures that were flying in. Bang! In an instant, Thousands of foreign creatures were completely turned into a mass of blood mist. The momentum of rushing in suddenly stopped. Clang! An earth-shattering sword light rose up, fell from the sky, and directly chopped down. An emperor-level creature that was rushing in the front was caught off guard by Yi Xuan's sword light, and its entire body was smashed into pieces on the spot. He was heavily injured. Before he could even escape, another sword slashed through the sky and landed on his body. Immediately, the nascent soul he had just condensed exploded. There was no way for him to revive. "Did I say you could go?" Yi Xuan's voice was cold. Coupled with the fact that his entire body was bathed in blood, he was like a devil that had crawled out of hell, bringing about slaughter and death. Yi Xuan had blocked the onslaught of the foreign creature army. They were indeed afraid of Yi Xuan. His strength was so strong that he could even kill ordinary Emperor-level creatures in an instant. Ordinary Emperor-class life forms lacked immortal primordial spirits compared to sovereign emperors, but they were not so easy to kill. However, he had only needed 2 sword strikes to kill them. With such a frightening figure in front of them, who would dare to make a move? "You are courting death." The Spirit Emperor suddenly felt that this was a slap to his face. In an instant, he let out a long roar, opened his mouth, and suddenly sucked in the spiritual energy of the world like a great river into his mouth. His figure moved all of a sudden and instantly rushed towards Yi Xuan. His figure dragged out a dazzling divine radiance and directly arrived in front of Yi Xuan to kill. Yi Xuan was not to be outdone. Behind him, the divine phoenix loomed, protecting his body. It was precisely this divine phoenix that protected his nascent soul and stabilized his body. Only then could he fight until now, without collapsing on the spot. While fighting, Yi Xuan also felt that his own comprehension was constantly improving. Although his skill did not advance further, but after the improvement of his comprehension of martial arts, the power of his attacks had become much stronger. Under the circumstances where his injuries were gradually worsening, he did not collapse on the spot. This was also a very important factor. Yi Xuan's left hand held the martial emperor seal, and his right hand held the heavenly emperor divine fist. The 2 completely different martial arts in Yi Xuan's hands truly erupted with amazing power, and they merged into one. The Spirit Emperor also had no way to deal with this. Dealing with one kind of unique skill and 2 kinds of unique skills was completely different. This Yi Xuan exuded a kind of strangeness in every aspect. His combat power was much more tyrannical than the ordinary 7th realm cultivators, especially the integration of multiple martial arts, which often changed, making it even more difficult for the Spirit Emperor to guard against. It was a huge headache. He had never encountered such an opponent before. Generally, sovereign emperors only studied one great way or one martial art. It was not that they could not obtain other sovereign emperor-level martial arts. After all, since ancient times, many sovereign emperors had fallen, and it was not difficult to obtain them. However, it did not mean that one could exert enough power after obtaining a martial art. Everyone's great way was completely different, and the performance of martial arts was also different. Forcibly condensing them together was simply an act of suicide, and it would also be a waste of time. No one would do this at all. However, Yi Xuan was different. He was a freak. Relying on the mysterious space, he could grasp the essence of all kinds of martial arts in a very short period of time, and exert 100% of the power. All kinds of martial arts were at his fingertips, and he even integrated his own understanding, becoming even more difficult to deal with. It was because of these many reasons that the Spirit Emperor clearly had the advantage, but in fact he could not do anything to Yi Xuan. Boom! 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 Another loud collision sound rang out as the 2 of them collided once again. It was like 2 huge stars colliding. Every time they collided, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. Even the Azura battlefield formed by the Spirit Emperor was unable to withstand it. It was on the verge of collapse several times, but it was barely able to recover. The Spirit Emperor forcibly blocked the aftermath of the battle between the two sides, and it consumed a lot of his power. Even when facing Yi Shiwen, he was not so strong. "What's wrong? Aren't you very strong?" Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, and behind him, the wings of time unfolded, exuding the smell of time, and at the same time, the law of space accompanied it. His speed was too fast, and even the Spirit Emperor had no way to completely keep up, so the initiative of the attack had always been in Yi Shiwen's hands. Bang! The Spirit Emperor blocked Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist, annihilating the power of 6 paths of reincarnation. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Damn human, I must kill you. When we break through Storm City, I will definitely let you die without a burial place." While the two were fighting, many foreign creatures rushed in and fought with the masters of Storm City from all sides. Even Yi Shiwen could not stop them in time. There were too many people. The Martial Emperor is also doing his best. In order to stop the Spirit Emperor's advance, the 7th realm can fight with the 8th realm until now. It is enough for him to go down in history. Fortunately, there is the Martial Emperor. Otherwise, if the Spirit Emperor went on a killing spree, our line of defense would not be able to last even a quarter of an hour. Many people secretly prayed in their hearts, hoping that nothing would happen to Yi Shiwen and that he must persevere. Otherwise, the already weak Storm City might really not be able to hold on. Then let's wait until you can break through. Yi Shiwen did not have the pessimistic thoughts that many people had. On the contrary, his blood was still boiling, and his fighting spirit was still rising. The battle with the Spirit Emperor was too beneficial for him. As long as he did not die, it was only a matter of time before he deduced the 7th realm's great way to the peak after a period of time. Only he could use the mysterious space to analyze while fighting. After this series of battles, he originally had 5 level 2 dragon veins left, but only 4 were left. This kind of behavior was definitely seen as a wastrel in the eyes of others. Battle cries shook the sky, and Storm City had already turned into a battlefield. Masters from all sides fell like dumplings, and god-level masters were like cannon fodder. Even Emperor Kings could not avoid it, and from time to time there would be Emperor Kings falling. The divine rain fell, but it did not bring any vitality. On the contrary, if this place was not cleaned up, it would soon turn into a prison of death, filled with the resentment of masters who were above god level. 1 or 2 was nothing, but when the resentment of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of masters condensed over time, it would turn into a peerless, ominous domain. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen stopped the Spirit Emperor, and in addition to the fierce battle between the two of them, most of the foreign creatures could not enter quickly, and they were stopped instead. A small number of those who went around the edge were quickly killed by the Storm City masters who rushed over, and they could not even cause a stir. The entire scene was in a deadlock. More and more people looked at Yi Shiwen. They understood that this was the key point of the entire battlefield. If Yi Shiwen couldn't block the attack, then the entire battlefield would collapse in an instant. Fortunately, there was still hope. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not seem to be defeated in an instant. Martial Emperor, leave quickly. I'll activate the formation to chase them out. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen, who was in the midst of an intense battle, heard the Butterfly Sovereign's telepathic message in his mind. He immediately roared, and the Martial Emperor seal appeared in his hand. He made the gesture of the sky-flipping seal and smashed it down. Boom! The sky and earth were turned upside down, and a terrifying wind was even set off, blowing the space away. The Spirit Emperor took a few steps back. Yi Shiwen's skill did not increase, but his combat power was still increasing, and even the Spirit Emperor did not dare to underestimate him. Just as he was about to counterattack, a purple barrier rose up in the sky. In an instant, the hole was filled up, and the foreign creatures were isolated outside. Phew! Yi Shiwen was slightly relieved. Chapter 3169. The enchantment opened, and the purple enchantment instantly isolated the outside world from the outside world. The entire Storm City was filled with cheers and sighs of relief. Previously, the Night Emperor had pierced through the enchantment of Storm City with his spear, which had almost made them despair. Moreover, the Spirit Emperor had been rampaging around, giving them the illusion that the world was about to be destroyed. Now that the hole in the enchantment was finally blocked, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, the creatures from the outside world, who had been directly isolated from Storm City, suddenly panicked. They had come in to kill, burn, and loot. If their escape route was blocked, then the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, their morale fell to the extreme. In addition, these creatures from the outside world belonged to many different forces from the outside world, and they were completely different from each other. This made it even more chaotic. They fled in all directions, and some even tried to return. What they had to face was the wrath of many experts in the entire Storm City. These remaining creatures from the outside world were almost all killed within a few breaths. The creatures from the outside world, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, had now been chopped into mincemeat to vent the fear in everyone's hearts when the enchantment of Storm City had been broken. Outside the purple enchantment, the angry roar of the Spirit Emperor could be heard through the enchantment, but he could not break through the purple enchantment. On the contrary, many matrices were activated in midair, and astonishing energy beams swept across the sky, forming a dense heavenly net that enveloped him. In the face of these extremely powerful matrices, even with the strength of the Spirit Emperor, he could not underestimate them. Any one of these energy beams had the attack power of an Emperor level. In view of the danger, he posed. Most of the matrices used to defend against the many Emperor-level creatures were all aimed at him. As long as he was hit once, his speed would decrease slightly, and he would soon be drowned by the light beams emitted by the various matrices. Even an 8th Realm expert would be seriously injured. He was not like the 9th Realm Knight Emperor, whose strength was tyrannical enough to ignore these attacks. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to continue chasing after Yi Shiwen, which finally allowed Yi Shiwen to breathe a sigh of relief. Beep! With the cry of a phoenix, the shadow of a phoenix slowly rose behind him. The injuries on his body also rapidly recovered. The original wounds and blood also scabbed and fell off his body. In just a short while, he had already recovered to his original state. He did not look like he had just experienced a great battle. This caused many sovereign emperors who had other thoughts to be disappointed. Yi Shiwen's recovery speed was too fast, and he didn't give them any chance at all. Coupled with the previous battle, which was also shocking, Yi Shiwen didn't show any signs of weakness, so many people didn't dare to make a move. Uncle Yi is fine. On top of the mountain, Wang Jun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he wanted to help in such an intense battle, he knew that with his strength, he would only be sending himself to his death. It was impossible for him to be of any help. He might even become a burden to Yi Shiwen. But now that he saw that Yi Shiwen was fine, he finally felt relieved. At this time, Yi Shiwen was floating in the sky, standing with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly, but did not immediately join the battle. On one hand, he wanted to properly digest the harvest of this battle. Because he was only stalling for time, he didn't have to worry about the future, so he could fight with all his strength. This battle was a huge harvest. After the battle, as long as he cultivated for a period of time, he could naturally raise his cultivation to the peak of the 7th realm. However, it was difficult to break through to the 8th realm. He was able to cultivate all the way to the 7th realm in such a short time, largely because of the Tai Soul Gathering Elixir. Now that he didn't have the Tai Soul Gathering Elixir, it was too difficult for him to go further. But that was also something to worry about after the battle. Just now, it happened so suddenly that there was no time to think about it. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. The defensive boundary of Storm City was even arranged with the participation of celestial masters. No matter how strong Yi Huang was, he was only in the 9th realm. How could he break through it with one spear? If it was that simple, Storm City would have been broken through 10,000 times. There must be a secret that no one knew about. After thinking for a long time, Yi Shiwen still couldn't figure out the secret, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Now that the situation was good, he had to drive these foreign creatures out in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly rushed into the battlefield. He held the demon subduing pestle in his hand again, and with one strike, countless foreign creatures turned into ashes. The fierce battle was still going on. Every minute and every second went on. There was no time to rest. Blood turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. All kinds of divinities and undead creatures fell like dumplings. Every time a defensive formation was breached, the experts of Storm City hiding inside would be slaughtered by the foreign creatures that heard the news and rushed over. But at the same time, more foreign creatures were destroyed by the defensive boundary formation. Every second, hundreds and thousands of creatures fell. The battle between Sovereign King-level experts could turn one area after another into a land of death. No one dared to approach at all, which increased the cruelty of the entire battlefield by several times. The experts from all sides were fighting, so no one had time to think about other things. They didn't have time to think too much. When the battle reached its climax, a figure suddenly descended from the sky like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! This figure directly smashed into Storm City, creating a bottomless abyss. The entire continent that Storm City was on shook violently, as if an earthquake had been caused by a dragon turning over. 5-colored winged lord. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone could clearly see that the figure was none other than the 5-colored winged lord. The 5-colored winged lord had been directly beaten down from the sky. There was a dent in his chest, and it seemed that he had been beaten by someone. There were cracks all over his body, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. The 5-colored winged lord lost. The same thought popped up in everyone's minds. They immediately felt chills run down their spines. To Storm City, the most terrifying thing wasn't the foreign realm creatures that were constantly attacking them, but the mysterious and unfathomable Night Emperor, who had unimaginable power. Initially, everyone was at ease with the 5-colored winged lord holding Yi Huang back. But now, even the 5-colored winged lord had been defeated. Who else could hold Yi Huang back? As expected, everyone discovered Yi Huang among the foreign creatures again. Compared to the 5-colored winged lord, Yi Huang was clearly much better. He did not even look like he had been through a tough battle. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. Everyone almost lost all hope. Even the 5-colored winged lord had been defeated. It was only a matter of time before Storm City fell. The butterfly sovereign appeared next to the 5-colored winged lord in a flash. She kept channeling origin power into the 5-colored winged lord's primordial spirit so that it would not disperse. The 5-colored winged lord had paid a huge price in this battle. Although everyone did not see the process of the battle, they could tell from the tragic state that the 5-colored winged lord was forced to burn his origin power in the end. Even so, he was still no match for Yi Huang. Just how powerful was Yi Huang? Could it be that he had really stepped into the heavenly sovereign realm? As expected, Yi Shiwen was not surprised. From the moment the 5-colored winged lord attacked, he had already realized that the 5-colored winged lord was definitely no match for Yi Huang. He had fought with Yi Huang before, so he naturally knew how terrifying he was. The 5-colored winged lord was not as powerful as Yi Huang, so it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, Yi Shiwen was still a little surprised that he only lasted for such a short time. It seems like I have to reevaluate Yi Huang's strength. Yi Shiwen's expression turned serious. Right now, Yi Huang was not just a problem of breaching Storm City. More importantly, he had killed the Gung Metal Tiger King, so Yi Huang would definitely not let him off. What was even more worrying was that Yi Huang had previously pierced through the entire defense of Storm City with his spear. Now that the five-colored winged lord was no longer there to delay him, Yi Huang had become the absolute terror that Storm City had to face. At the same time, Yi Shiwen had already made preparations. Once Storm City was breached, he would retreat. Although he had fought hard before, he would not die for Storm City. At this moment, everyone in Stormwind City was pessimistic. This was the terrifying might that a peerless expert could bring. His aura alone suppressed everyone present. Even though there were many sovereign emperors present, he was still the most dazzling one. Be careful, his Dark Emperor's spear has the support of a heavenly lord. The five-colored winged lord finally managed to catch his breath and spoke with difficulty. No matter where the sovereign lords were, they all had sharp ears and eyes. When they heard this, their faces immediately turned pale. With the support of a heavenly lord, everyone now understood why Yi Huang was able to breach Storm City's defense in one fell swoop. At this moment, the battle between the foreign creatures of the Eastern Domain and Storm Sea region had even mobilized Ninth Realm sovereign lords. However, not a single heavenly lord from either side had appeared. Once a heavenly lord personally took action, it would most likely be an all-out war. One side would not rest until the other side was dead. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sovereign lords did not have such combat strength. However, on the other side, there was a sovereign Lord Pantheon who did not play by the rules. It was no wonder that the five-colored winged lord was completely defeated in such a short period of time. He was not a match at all. Yi Huang recuperated a little and recovered to his peak. His situation was far better than the five-colored winged lords. Storm City will be breached today, Yi Huang said slowly. Behind him, countless foreign creatures roared into the sky. In an instant, the terrifying sound waves swept everything like raging waves. Chapter 30, 170. Yi Huang stepped forward, and the Dark Emperor's spear in his hand flickered with a dark light. Murderous aura surged out of the void, and a terrifying aura spread out, sending chills down everyone's spines. The spear blasted out, and it was as if a huge hole had been pierced through the heavens and earth. The true meaning of creation reappeared, as if an unparalleled demon god had suddenly awakened. This spear was breathtaking, and it immediately surpassed everyone's understanding. It was incomparable, and there was even a secret fusion of the great path within it, shocking the universe. This isn't the great path of an Emperor Lord. This is the great path of a Celestial Lord, the Pantheon Emperor. Yi Shiwen finally had the time to carefully feel the aura and the terrifying great path brought about by the spear. He immediately recognized that this wasn't a power that an Emperor Lord could possess. This was clearly the power of the Pantheon Emperor. Yi Shiwen had been severely injured before, so he was very clear about it. He recalled what the five-colored winged lord had said before. This Dark Emperor spear had clearly been enhanced by the Pantheon Emperor, and he didn't know to what extent its power had increased. Yi Shiwen even vaguely felt that it was a bit like the level involved when the primordial Chaos Emperor had severely injured him with a single strike. Although Yi Shiwen was far from that level, he could still feel it. This spear directly pierced through the sky, as if it had lasted for millions of years. All the great paths turned into runes and radiated immortal light. Just at this moment, a long spear suddenly swept over from the heaven and earth. The true intent of Genesis cleaving heaven and earth once again appeared. It was as if everything in the path of this long spear would collapse along with it. This spear was like a primordial divine mountain, and it only had one target, and that was the Dark Emperor spear. Bang! Finally, this spear arrived first, and directly collided with the Dark Emperor spear. The loud sound was like the sound of metal colliding, and it exploded on the spot. All the power was boiling, and the entire nomological laws were boiling. There were even distortions and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of terrifying power swept out from the void, sweeping in all directions. Some of the alien creatures that were slightly closer were directly turned to ashes by the power of the shock wave. The remaining Outlander creatures were all heavily injured. This power was simply too terrifying, and it was even more terrifying than the battle between Night Emperor and the five-colored Winged Lord. In Stormwind City, although the barrier blocked most of the shock waves, the remaining shock waves still turned into a terrifying storm that swept across, directly blowing away countless mountains. "Freeze!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The shock waves were blocked when they reached his surroundings. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, but these shock waves were completely blocked. This terrifying astral wind directly caused his cheeks to hurt. Even with his current physical cultivation, he could still feel the pain on his face. One could imagine how terrifying this gust of astral wind was. At the same time, the other sovereign emperors also took action at the same time. One by one, they took action to stop the terrifying shockwave. With the help of these sovereign emperors, the shockwave did not completely destroy Stormwind City. Even so, it was still a mess. Many martial artists with low cultivations were directly blown away, and some of them were even blown away by the wind. For a moment, it was a complete mess. At this moment, many sovereign emperors did not have the time to care about the consequences of this shock wave. Instead, they all raised their heads and looked up into the sky. A figure riding on a chariot descended from the sky. The figure was wearing golden armor, and he looked like a golden god of war as his entire figure flew across the sky. Behind him, countless figures faintly appeared. They were all heroic spirits, not vengeful spirits. Although they were all undead spirits, the heroic spirits were the best of the best. Not only did they not have the death aura of ordinary undead spirits, but they were also full of heroic spirits and vivid. It's Senior Battle Emperor. Senior Battle Emperor has returned with his army of heroic spirits. Someone shouted loudly as if he wanted to shout out all the worries and fears that had been plaguing him for the past few days. Everyone immediately cheered because they recognized that it was the Battle Emperor, whose name had shaken the world for countless years. He had once fought for the Fortune God dynasty and accumulated an illustrious reputation. He was also the only savior of Stormwind City at this moment. "Master, you're finally back!" The Butterfly Sovereign looked at the Battle Emperor while taking care of the five-colored Winged Lord. A joyous expression appeared on her face. Yi Shiwen's eyes were like a pair of sharp swords that could see through everything. However, he discovered that he couldn't see through the Battle Emperor. Even though he had used his dual pupils, he still couldn't see through the Battle Emperor. The golden armor that the Battle Emperor was wearing was like a protective membrane that protected him. Even though he had used his dual pupils, he still couldn't see through the Battle Emperor. In fact, he could only vaguely see a heroic face. He did not even know if it was the image of the Battle Emperor himself. However, the endless army of heroic spirits behind him could not deceive anyone. The spear attack just now was equally earth-shattering. Apart from the Battle Emperor himself, no one else could possibly withstand that attack from the Dark Emperor Spear. That was the Dark Emperor Spear that had been strengthened for the sake of conquering Stormwind City. It was rumored that when the Battle Emperor went on an expedition, he would always have an army of millions of heroic spirits following him. These heroic spirits were the elite soldiers who had followed him for countless years and died in battle. They had followed the Battle Emperor and fought for the Fortune God dynasty when they were alive. After they died, they also helped the Fortune God dynasty to quell the wars and evils. One had to know that heroic spirits could not be born anytime and anywhere. Even among tens of thousands of soldiers, there might not be one. This was because heroic spirits were the souls of deceased heroes. It was undoubtedly very rare for a heroic spirit to reach such a standard. However, the Battle Emperor had an army of millions of heroic spirits with him. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Since ancient times, countless armies had followed him into battle. The battle, Dharch, was riding on a war chariot. At the very front of the war chariot, 9 unknown beasts were pulling the war chariot across the void. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a split second, they had already lunged forward and collided with the endless alien creatures. Even when facing the endless foreign creatures, they were not the least bit afraid. Boom! The war chariot smashed into the army of alien creatures. In an instant, it was as if stars had collided and worlds had devoured each other. Waves of terrifying power materialized in the void, sweeping across like gold and iron, sweeping through the bodies of the powerful alien creatures. Bang! 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 The foreign creatures were swept by the war chariot, shrieked and turned into a bloody mist. There was no way for them to fight back. In the blink of an eye, nobody knew if there were hundreds of thousands or millions of foreign creatures that were swept away. The power of the attack was so powerful that it was terrifying. Even foreign creatures that were above immortal level could not resist it at all. In this endless storm, a figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. A majestic figure was riding on a war chariot on the battlefield. He was high and mighty, as if he was the only god of war in the world, sweeping away all evil creatures. Opposite him, Yi Huang's divine kingdom of darkness had been damaged. It was at the most crucial moment that he had opened up his divine kingdom and blocked most of the impact. Otherwise, it would not have been just these few foreign realm creatures who had died. Yi Huang, how dare you set a trap for me to leave Storm City? What a great diversion! The arch, finally opened his mouth. His voice was deep and resounding like a great bell. Although he didn't use much strength, everyone on the battlefield could hear his voice. He was so high and mighty that even when facing Yi Huang, an invincible existence who had also entered level 9, he was not moved at all. He did not even show any respect. I didn't expect you to come back at the last moment. All my efforts were in vain. Yi Huang said slowly. There was a hint of pity in his tone, but his face did not show it at all. It was as if he was just a neighbor who had rushed back. You are indeed very resourceful. You used Pantheon Venerates, whereabouts to lure me into attacking you personally. Who would have thought that you would ambush the sky-shaking Turtle Emperor and the others? However, it won't be that easy to kill me. The Battle Emperor laughed coldly. I never thought of killing you. We have been colleagues for thousands of years. Do you think I don't understand you? With their strength, it would be enough to stop you for a while, but it would be impossible for them to kill you. It's a pity that they couldn't even stop you, and you actually managed to rush back. What a pity, just a little bit more, and I would have been able to get rid of Storm City, the nail that the East region has nailed into my Storm Sea region. Yi Huang said, and a look of pity finally appeared on his face. He had planned for a long time and even cooperated with Pantheon Venerate in order to eradicate Storm City. Regardless of whether it was the Stormy Sea region or Pantheon Venerate, the existence of Storm City was detrimental. Hence, both sides hit it off immediately. Both sides had cooperated to lure the Battle Emperor away before attacking Storm City. The original plan had been perfect. Who would have thought that the Battle Emperor would break out of the encirclement in a shorter time? Fortunately, I received a warning from my disciple. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for me to break out of the encirclement if I had gone deeper. The Battle Emperor said calmly, Since you have come today, don't think you can leave. Pantheon Venerate's heavenly venerate power infused into your Dark Emperor spear is enough for you to attack a few more times. I would like to experience it for myself. Behind him, millions of heroic spirits swept out, killing the foreign creatures and forcing them to retreat. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's call it a day. Yi Huang was also a decisive person, so he made a decision almost instantly. Chapter 30, 171. Yi Huang immediately made a decision. This was not a place to stay for long. The Battle Emperor's strength was at the pinnacle among the rulers. Apart from celestial venerables, no one dared to say that they could defeat him. Since the Battle Arch had returned today, it was unrealistic for him to think of breaking into Storm City. He immediately made a decision and decided to retreat. "You want to leave? Eat my spear first." The Battle Emperor saw that Yi Huang was retreating. He let out a long roar and pointed his spear at Yi Huang's face like a silver dragon emerging from the sea. There was nothing fancy or excessive. It was just that wherever the tip of the spear passed, everything shattered and was absorbed by the tip of the spear, becoming its own strength. Then, with the speed of a sudden clap of thunder, he arrived in front of the Night Emperor. At this critical moment, Yi Huang finally pointed the Dark Emperor's spear in his hand. It was like a ripple in the darkness as it met the Dark Emperor's spear head-on. Boom! The long spear and the long spear collided in the void. Everyone could see that everything had collapsed. It was as if everything had been destroyed in an instant. The shock wave instantly materialized and rushed out. Many foreign domain creatures that could not retreat in time were completely turned into ashes by this shock wave. The long spear collided, and the tip of the spear trembled. It was as if it had pierced through the barrier of the world. Then the Battle Emperor stabbed his spear again. It was only a short moment since the previous spear attack. It was almost an instant before he attacked again. Yi Huang was not to be outdone. After all, he was once one of the 10 great rulers. There was no doubt about his strength. Bang! 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 The war chariot of the Battle Emperor and Yi Huang clashed. The more the two of them fought, the stronger they became. Their auras didn't weaken at all. On the contrary, as time passed, they grew stronger and stronger. Both of them fought their way up into the sky. The shock waves from their battle killed countless creatures from the outer realms. There was even an emperor-level creature that was accidentally hit. It spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Although the alien creatures were defeated, everything was still in order. Many of the experts in Storm City did not go out. This was not the time to beat the drowning dogs. These alien creatures were not dogs that could be beaten down. Whether it was in terms of numbers or average strength, they were far superior to the experts in Storm City. If the battle Darch had not returned in time, it would only be a matter of time before Storm City fell. Yi Shiwen wasn't in the mood to chase after them. Instead, he raised his head and opened his double pupils, taking in the battle between the Battle Darch and the Night Emperor in the sky. The mysterious space within his body was fully activated, and he continuously deduced the various profound mysteries of the battle, as well as the various laws and great Daos involved in the battle. Each and every one of his movements contained the principles of the Great Way. Even with Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he felt as if he had obtained a precious treasure. He suddenly felt enlightened. A clash between sovereign emperors of this level was extremely rare. Many sovereign emperors might not even see one in hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. A clash between sovereign emperors of this level could only occur when it involved the Eastern region and the Stormy Sea region. A clash between colossal powers. Yi Shiwen only felt that his understanding of the Great Way was also constantly improving. Although it was impossible for him to ascend to the heavens, the cultivation of a sovereign emperor was always accumulated in this way. However, it was a pity that such a battle couldn't go on endlessly. After confirming that the alien creatures had retreated, the Night Emperor finally stopped tangling with the Battle Darch and directly retreated. The Battle Darch also had no intention of continuing to chase after them. He was very clear that with his own strength, even if he managed to suppress the Night Emperor, he would not be able to pose a fatal threat to the alien creatures, unless a heavenly venerable took action and destroyed these alien creatures with the power of heaven. Hooray! Hooray! That's great! We're saved! The entire Stormwind City was cheering. They were finally saved. Previously, they had been scared witless. Now that they were finally saved, many people couldn't help but feel as if they had escaped from death. It was as if they had taken a trip to the gates of hell. The situation just now was too dangerous. The city was about to be breached. Fortunately, the Battle Darch returned at the critical moment. In the sky above Stormwind City, The battled arch waved his hand and withdrew the million heroic spirit army. Then he slowly descended on the chariot. He fell directly into the palace complex in the center of Stormwind City and disappeared. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the battled arch overseeing this place, the city was really impregnable. Yi Shiwen also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things didn't end up in the most tragic situation. Perhaps the Night Emperor, the Pantheon Sovereign, and the others didn't expect that their plan would be completely destroyed. However, their secret had been leaked just because of a few juniors. If this wasn't the case, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have met them, let alone notified the Battle Emperor in advance and allowed him to return. It could be said that if they hadn't encountered Yi Shiwen, their plan might have really succeeded. With or without the battled arch overseeing Stormwind City, it was not the same thing. With the battled arch overseeing, it was unlikely that the Stormwind Sea region would launch another attack. If there was another large-scale attack, the real Celestial Masters would probably be dispatched. At that time, the battle between the two sides would definitely escalate. Based on the current situation, the possibility of this was not high. Celestial Masters couldn't be rashly moved. Once they moved, the sun and moon would change, and the world would be turned upside down. Although this battle was thrilling, but for Yi Shiwen, it was also extremely beneficial. In one fell swoop, he had a huge understanding. And given some time, breaking through to the peak of the 7th realm was only a matter of course. However, before he could find a place to cultivate, a figure had already jumped in front of him. Who else could it be but the Butterfly Sovereign? "Fellow Martial Emperor, please wait," said the Butterfly Sovereign. "May I know what's the matter, Butterfly Sovereign?" asked Yi Shiwen. He was looking for a place to cultivate now. "It's like this. My master wants to see you," said the Butterfly Sovereign with an envious look on her face. "Senior Battled Arch?" Yi Shiwen frowned and immediately said, "If that's the case, please lead the way, fellow Butterfly Sovereign." "All right, please follow me." The Butterfly Sovereign led the way, and the two of them flew directly to the center of Stormwind City. Soon, the two of them arrived at the core of Stormwind City. Many emperors were looking at them as they went in and out. The previous battle had made Yi Shiwen the focus of everyone's attention, especially the battle between him and the Spirit Emperor. Everyone could not help but look at him in a new light. He fought with the Spirit Emperor, who was at the peak of the 8th realm with the cultivation of the 7th realm, and he managed to stall the Spirit Emperor. Such a battle record was a miracle. Because they were all emperor monarchs, many people understood how difficult it was to accomplish such a thing. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Such a person was not ordinary, and he would probably have a bright future. Although he was being chased by the heavenly Taoism, previously he was not afraid that he would not be able to find a backer based on his strength and the potential that he had shown. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become an unparalleled giant in the future. "My master is waiting for you in the palace." The Butterfly Sovereign stopped in front of the palace and said to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen smiled and nodded. Then he walked in. He saw that the Battle Emperor was sitting on a throne in the hall. He was constantly talking to other people in the void. It seemed as if he was dealing with some affairs in the void. Obviously, Stormwind City had just gone through a huge battle. Although they had defeated the foreign creature army led by the Night Emperor, there were too many things that they had to deal with. Among them, there were even things that the Battle Emperor had to deal with personally. "The Martial Emperor is here. Please take a seat," said the Battle Emperor as he stretched out his hand slightly. Yi Shiwen immediately sat down on a throne next to him. After a while, the Battle Emperor seemed to have finished dealing with his affairs. He said, "I took the liberty of inviting the Martial Emperor here, so I will not beat around the bush. I will get straight to the point. I heard that the Martial Emperor came from the Myriad World?" "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded. His origin was no longer a secret now. "That's a good place. I've met 2 friends who came from there." The Battled Arch sighed emotionally. He seemed to have thought of something. Senior Battle Emperor, may I ask who the two friends are? Asked Yi Shiwen. One is the ancestor of the human race, the Sui sovereign, and the other is the ancestor of the monster race, the monster emperor. The Battle Emperor did not hide anything and said directly. Yi Shiwen's eyes widened slightly. He knew that the Sui sovereign had come to the Fortune realm, but he didn't know about the monster emperor. However, there was indeed no news about the monster emperor's death in the myriad world. The monster emperor left behind the monster emperor bell when he died, and the monster master left behind the yin-yang life and death pattern. There were only a few orthodoxies left about the monster emperor, but it turned out that he had also come to the Fortune God dynasty. Your myriad heavens and myriad worlds are indeed a land of outstanding talents. There are countless worlds around my Fortune realm, but only a small number of them are able to produce sovereign emperors. It's even rarer to produce multiple sovereign emperors in a row. Your myriad heavens and myriad worlds are indeed outstanding. The battle Dharch seemed to sigh with emotion. At the same time, his words carried a hint of superiority that the beings of the Fortune realm had. The outstanding of the myriad world was only compared to the other worlds, but it was still incomparable to the Fortune realm. All right, let's cut to the chase. I heard from the Butterfly Sovereign that it was because of your information that I was able to avoid falling into the enemy's trap and return in time. It can be said that I have made a great contribution. After that, you even killed many Emperor-level beings, including the Gung-Metal Tiger King, especially the Gung-Metal Tiger King, which is on the Fortune God Dynasty's wanted list. According to the rules, the Imperial Court will soon hand out the reward. The Battle Emperor paused before continuing. Other than that, I also want to ask you if you are willing to join the Fortune God Dynasty. Chapter 3172. I just want to ask if you are willing to join my Fortune God Dynasty. The Battle Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen with bright eyes. This was the most important invitation that Yi Shiwen had ever received. The Battle Emperor was a senior figure in the Fortune God Dynasty. Although his strength hadn't reached the Heavenly Venerable rank, his authority wasn't any less than that of the Great Heavenly Venerables. The Great Heavenly Venerables had to listen to his words seriously. No one could ignore his words. There were even rumors that he was about to enter the Heavenly Venerable level. No one knew if this was true or not, but the status of the Battle Emperor in the Fortune God Dynasty was obvious. However, before Yi Shiwen could reply, the Battle Emperor said in a considerate manner, "Of course, regardless of whether fellow Taoist Martial Emperor is willing to join my Fortune God Dynasty or not, the rewards mentioned earlier will not be discounted." Although the Battle Emperor had retired behind the scenes, he had been in charge of the Fortune God Dynasty for a long time in the early years. He naturally understood that the most important thing for the Fortune God Dynasty was talents, especially wild foreign emperor monarchs like Yi Shiwen. He was the most important person in the Fortune God Dynasty's recruitment. This was because these people had clean backgrounds and did not have any backing. They were the easiest type of experts to absorb. Previously, Yi Shiwen had offended the Heavenly Taoism, which made the Fortune God Dynasty a little worried. However, as Yi Shiwen displayed amazing strength and potential, that little bit of worry disappeared. The hostility of the Heavenly Taoism was not as great as the benefits of a seventh realm expert joining them. Moreover, the opposition between the Fortune God Dynasty and the various sects had been the main theme for countless years, so it was not a big deal. Moreover, after knowing Yi Shiwen's strength and potential, the probability of the Heavenly Taoism continuing to make a move was very low. After all, if such a terrifying expert was not killed, it would inevitably become a huge trouble in the future. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment and said, "I wonder what benefits I will receive if I join the Fortune God Dynasty." The Battle Emperor's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "The conditions will naturally satisfy you. You don't have to worry too much. You will not be recruited for no reason. We will consult you for most of the missions. We will not force you." The Battle Emperor was the first to state the condition that Yi Shiwen was most concerned about. If the Fortune God dynasty interfered too much, Yi Shiwen wouldn't know how much time he would have to waste just by fighting for the Fortune God dynasty every day. How would he have the time to properly cultivate? Secondly, not only you, but even the human race will receive special treatment from my Fortune God dynasty. The taxes will be reduced by half, the Battle Emperor said. Yi Shiwen nodded. He had also been in charge of a world, so he naturally understood what a huge number it was for a race to have their taxes reduced by half. It was enough to allow this race to develop rapidly. Of course, if you can sit in my position one day, your clan's taxes will all be reduced. The Battled Arch said these benefits are only available to big shots of the 7th level and above. Other than that, you can also receive a portion of our Fortune Divine Dynasty's offerings every 1,000 years for your cultivation. The Battle Emperor said, if you make a great contribution, you will even have the opportunity to enter the Fortune God Dynasty's Martial Creation Pavilion to comprehend martial arts. Even if you don't make any contributions, you will still have the opportunity to enter the Martial Creation Pavilion to study every 1,000,000 years. The Battle Emperor only stated the number of 1,000,000 years very calmly. Indeed, for someone of his age, 1,000,000 years was a little long, but it wasn't much. However, for the current Yi Shiwen, this was undoubtedly a long and unimaginable number. It was more practical to make a great contribution to the Fortune God dynasty. Martial Emperor, you come from another world, so you might not be very clear about what the Martial Creation Pavilion of the Fortune God dynasty is. It is the holy land of martial arts in the entire Fortune God dynasty, although I wouldn't dare to say that it has collected all the martial arts in the world. As long as it is a type of martial arts in the world, it has a collection. No matter what kind of martial arts you cultivate, entering it to cultivate once is equivalent to countless years of bitter cultivation, other than the cultivators of the Fortune God dynasty. Even the experts of the great sects have to think of ways to enter it to cultivate. The Battle Emperor said, how could Yi Shiwen not understand the significance of the Martial Creation Pavilion, especially since he had the mysterious space as his foundation? The benefits of entering and comprehending it would definitely be very shocking. I wonder if killing the Gun Jin Tiger King counts as a great contribution? Yi Shiwen asked. Of course, that's natural, the Battle Emperor said. The Gun Jin Tiger King was also on the top of the wanted list of the Fortune God dynasty. You definitely made a great contribution by killing him. Why? Does Martial Emperor want to exchange for a chance to enter the Martial Creation Pavilion? The Martial Emperor asked. Indeed, I have such an intention. Yi Shiwen didn't decline and replied directly. Right now, he was only confident that he could break through to the peak of the 7th realm in a short period of time. However, it wouldn't be so easy to break through to the 8th realm. Every step forward in the Sovereign King realm required endless comprehension of the Great Tao. The requirements for the comprehension of the Great Tao for every realm were many times higher than before. Perhaps only the Martial Creation Pavilion of the Fortune God dynasty could satisfy Yi Shiwen's current requirements. He planned to go to the Embroidery Textile Art Pavilion and see if he could break through to the 8th realm in one go, with the 8th realm as a foundation. Unless an expert of the 9th realm appeared, it would be impossible for others to do anything to him. At that time, even if the Night Emperor, the Battle Emperor, and the others attacked him, it would be very difficult for them to kill him. He would then have the absolute strength to protect himself. It's not impossible. I can apply to the higher-ups for Martial Emperor. Does this mean that Martial Emperor has already agreed to join the Fortune God dynasty? The Battle Emperor smiled and quickly asked, Yes, but I still want to ask, if I join the Fortune God dynasty, what position can I be offered? Yi Shiwen asked, Apart from some positions, you can choose anything else. If you don't want to serve in the central government, you can also go to another place and become an inspector. Martial Emperor can rest assured that with the Fortune God dynasty support, even if the people of Heavenly Tao want to do anything, it will be impossible. The Battle Emperor said, I still choose to be an inspector in a place. Yi Shiwen said, I want to ask if there is an inspector in the region where the human race's Mount Buzhou is located. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be one. It doesn't matter even if there is one. You are of the human race, so it's natural for you to become the human province's inspector. The Battle Emperor waved his hand domineeringly and said directly. Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised. The Battle Emperor was so domineering that he directly conferred the human province to him. According to his understanding of the administrative division of the Fortune God dynasty, in addition to the central region where the Fortune God dynasty's central court was located, it was also divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. The human race was located in the eastern region of the Fortune God dynasty, and under the eastern region, there were a total of 300 provinces. Every province was infinitely large. Ordinary mortals would never be able to travel from one end of these provinces to the other in their lifetime. Among these provinces, some are occupied by various large sects, some are under the direct control of the celestial venerate abodes of the various major regions, and some are occupied by powerful tribes. The rest were all provinces with large forces and small forces mixed together. The human province was considered one of the more powerful provinces. It's not just the human province. I remember that there are 3 nearby provinces that are connected to the human province, and all of them are under your control. If the human race didn't already have a human emperor, I would have directly submitted a memorial to the imperial court and conferred you the title of human emperor. The Battle Emperor said indifferently. To him, these were just trivial matters. He had his eyes on the important matters of the entire Fortune God dynasty, and these were just trivial matters to him. He could make a decision with a single word. Many thanks, Senior Battle Emperor. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and thanked him. Although the 4 provinces were vast, it was nothing to him, who had once ruled over the entire heavens and realms. It was just that an ordinary 7th realm expert didn't have the opportunity to rule over 4 provinces. It was already good enough to have the opportunity to rule over 1 province. Only a cultivator of the 8th realm or above would be able to rule over 4 great states and become the great inspector. This was the true reason why he expressed his thanks. However, from this perspective, it was also like he was being roasted over a fire. How could a great state led by a 7th realm not be hated and envied? However, these things could be left for later. The Battle Emperor looked at him and nodded secretly. The biggest difference between these foreign emperor lords and native emperor lords was here. Each of them was an existence that ruled over an entire world. They were high and mighty, and they were calm in the face of danger. If it was a native emperor lord, they would be overjoyed to have the opportunity to rule over a province. After all, there were too many experts in the Fortune God dynasty. Even an emperor lord wouldn't dare to say that he was truly invincible. It's not a big deal, the Battle Emperor said. He bestowed the 4 provinces to Yi Shiwen not only because he admired him, but also because he wanted to see how far Yi Shiwen could go. He wanted to see if Yi Shiwen's potential had already been developed to the limit. As long as you work hard for the imperial court, there will naturally be many benefits in the future. With your aptitude, it's not impossible for you to sit in my position in the future, the Battle Emperor said with a smile. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. Local matters are always troublesome and thorny. Not every place is peaceful and unhindered. Some people are also restless. The Battle Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen and reminded him. Yi Shiwen immediately understood what the Battle Emperor meant. Today, he had accepted the Battle Emperor's invitation. In the future, he might be included in the Battle Emperor's faction. There might be people who would come looking for trouble because of this. It seems that the competition within the Fortune God dynasty is also very fierce. It's not as united as it looks on the outside. Yi Shiwen cursed in his heart. However, He didn't show any of it on his face. Instead, he said directly, "They are just a bunch of clowns. There's no need to trouble Senior. I will get rid of them one by one." His words were filled with infinite confidence and indifference. Chapter 30, 173. All right, as the patrolling envoy of the Fortune God dynasty, that's what I should do. The Battle Emperor laughed heartily. There was no surprise in his eyes. A person who could dominate a world would not lack vision and courage. In Yi Shiwen's heart, even becoming the Battle Emperor was not his goal. At this moment, his heart was only left with the endless pursuit of the Great Tao. The legendary Great Tao made him think about it day and night. In the heavens and realms, the so-called Great Tao was just a legend. No one had ever obtained it, and no one was even clear about what it was. However, in the fortune realm, although this was also a myth, it was a reality. That was because there were people who had obtained good fortune. The name of the fortune, Heavenly Monarch, had existed since ancient times. All right, Martial Emperor, go and rest first. I'll inform you when there's news, said the Martial Emperor. Then I'll take my leave first, Yi Shiwen said, and disappeared from the main hall. When he reappeared, he was already in Storm City. Now that he had joined the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the pressure from the Heavenly Tao cult could no longer be considered. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao cult would not risk tearing all pretense of cordiality with the Fortune Divine Dynasty to kill him in broad daylight. As long as they did not attack him openly, Yi Shiwen had nothing to fear. After all, with his cultivation, only the peerless old antiques of the heavenly sect could pose a threat to him. For the time being, he did not have to worry about the threat from the heavenly sect. This was only one of the reasons why he chose to join the Fortune God dynasty. Naturally, there were many benefits to joining the Fortune God dynasty. Most importantly, if he could climb to the top of the Fortune God dynasty in the future, he might have the opportunity to find out what kind of fortune Heavenly Monarch had obtained that allowed him to stand out among the many powerhouses at that time. These should be the secrets of the Fortune God dynasty that outsiders would not have the chance to know. Yi Shiwen stayed at the stronghold where Dendi and the others used to live. Very soon, the Butterfly Sovereign sent over the rewards of the Fortune God dynasty. In one breath, 15 level, 2 dragon veins were sent to Yi Shiwen. Among them, 10 level, 2 dragon veins were the reward for killing the Gung Metal Tiger Emperor, and the other 5 were the reward for turning the tide, blocking the Spirit Emperor and making a great contribution in this war. It could be said to be very generous. In addition to those, there were also some heavenly divine materials that could be used to forge Tao artifacts. There were 20 of them, and they were also extremely precious. Among them, Yi Shiwen valued a mysterious creation pill the most. This was a peerless pill that could only be found in the Fortune Divine Dynasty. The specific pill formula was unknown to outsiders. They only knew that it was created by the Fortune Heavenly Monarch in the past and refined with the Fortune Pill Cauldron. It was not a problem for a mortal to ascend to the Heavenly Monarch realm after swallowing it, and it could even increase a monarch's cultivation. All along, it had been used by the Fortune Divine Dynasty to reward emperors who had made great contributions to the dynasty. It was said that it was extremely difficult to refine, and it was impossible to obtain it unless one had made great contributions to the dynasty. In the past, when Fortune Heavenly Monarch founded the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the strength of his followers grew stronger and stronger, and their battle strength soared. A large part of this was due to the Fortune Creation Profound Pill. Unlike the Tai Primordial Condensation Pill, even 7th, 8th, and 9th stage Imperial Emperors would be able to increase their cultivation if they consumed the Profound Creation Pill. This was what Yi Shiwen valued the most. Although it was only a matter of time before his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th stage, it would still take a long time to accumulate. With the Fortune Creation Profound Pill, it was enough to shorten his cultivation time by countless times. It was very valuable. It could be seen that this time, in order to reward Yi Shiwen, or to rope him in, the higher-ups of the Fortune divine dynasty could be considered to have put in a lot of effort, and he was indeed worthy of being roped in like this. If his cultivation was still at the third or fourth stage, his existence would not have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Fortune divine dynasty. Although he was already an imperial emperor, there was still a world of difference between imperial emperors, and they could not be lumped together. It was like the difference between a newly enlightened imperial emperor and a peerless figure like the Battle Emperor. It could not be calculated with logic, and the value was also very different. Seventh-stage imperial emperors could be considered giants, and even the Fortune divine dynasty would have to pay a huge price to rope them in. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen was willing to join the Fortune divine dynasty. The help from the Fortune divine dynasty was enough to save him countless years of painstaking cultivation. In a demi-plane, spiritual energy was surging. Dragon veins were roaming in the sky like giant dragons. Every dragon vein was releasing a large amount of spiritual energy, filling the space of the demi-plane to the point that it was about to liquefy. And this spiritual energy was accompanied by a breathing tide, constantly disappearing, being absorbed, and then emitted from the dragon veins, filling the half-bit wall. This entire half-bit wall was in this process of being sucked dry for a while, and then being filled again. No one knew how many years had passed. In the center of this half-bit wall, on a huge cloud bed, a young man in green clothes sat cross-legged. Behind him there were many visions. There were 3,000 martial arts, and there was a phoenix standing on a high branch, and this high branch was the Mingxin ancient tree. At the same time, around his body, the great illuminating lamp turned into a formation to protect his body, stabilizing his mind so that he was in the most awake state at all times. This was Yi Shiwen. With every breath he took, the spiritual energy of this half-bit wall was like a tide, rising and falling, and all the spiritual energy released by these dragon veins was absorbed by him. The spiritual energy that could create another world was only enough for him to take a breath. One could imagine how much resources he needed to consume for his current cultivation. This level of expert was not something that could be produced in an ordinary world. In front of him, a black elixir was bobbing up and down as if it was soaked in water. This immortal pill was constantly rotating, and every time it rotated, its medicinal energy would be peeled off like silk from a cocoon. It would transform into a torrent and directly pour into Yi Shiwen's body and be absorbed by his limbs and bones. This was the mysterious creation pill. After 100 years, the original fist-sized mysterious creation pill had only been absorbed by Yi Shiwen by 1/3, and it was much smaller. Yi Shiwen hadn't done anything in these hundreds of years. He had only been practicing hard. The successive battles had made him understand one thing. Only the strong could dominate the world. Only the strong could have the right to speak. Whether it was Senior Pan Tian or Yi Huang, they were peerless experts who far surpassed him. This did not make him feel afraid, but on the contrary, it gave him a strong sense of crisis. This made it urgent for him to seize the time to cultivate. Every time he absorbed the elixir energy of the mysterious creation pill, Yi Shiwen would rapidly transform it into strength. This speed was extremely shocking. The emperor's body was like a vast starry sky, and it was difficult to fill up the growth of martial power. After every advancement in the realm, it was accompanied by a long time of accumulation of martial power. Previously, Yi Shiwen used the time fragment to accelerate the flow of time to accumulate martial power in a short period of time, but now there were no more time fragments to use, so he could only obediently accumulate martial power. Yi Shiwen had originally estimated that it would take him tens of thousands of years to advance his cultivation to the peak of the 7th realm, and this was already very fast. This was also the result of him thoroughly comprehending the various great Daos of the 7th realm previously. After all, comprehension could be achieved in a day, but there was no shortcut to the accumulation of martial power, and it could only be done step by step. Now, with the help of the medicinal power of the mysterious creation pill, in less than 100 years, He had completely entered the peak of the seventh realm. It was 100 times faster than the speed of cultivation. Phew! Yi Xuan slowly exhaled and instantly formed a torrent of air. With his current cultivation, even if the world with his eyes open was born, it would not be difficult for the world with his eyes closed to be destroyed, and such a half-plane could be created at any time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon veins that were flying in the sky. Although he had spent most of his energy on improving his martial power in the past 100 years, 2 of the dragon veins had still been exhausted. They were all swallowed by the mysterious space, used to deduce all kinds of martial arts and martial arts understanding. The martial arts he walked on was extremely heterogeneous, and if he wanted to reach the peak, he could only rely on the mysterious space, and the resources consumed might be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than ordinary people. Along the way, he had long been used to it, but he was still a little surprised. This mysterious space seemed to never have a bottom line, no matter how much energy Yi Xuan put in. This mysterious space never overflowed. Until now, he still did not have much of a clue about the origin of the mysterious space, but there were all kinds of vague guesses in his heart, but they had never been confirmed. Finally entered the seventh realm. It's time to come out, Yi Xuan said slowly. He had been appointed as the 4 provinces patrol envoy for a period of time. How could he not go to his own territory to have a look? Moreover, he was indeed concerned about the human race in this world, and did not know what kind of situation it was. First, he would go to the human province, then enter the creation martial pavilion in the center of the Fortune God dynasty to comprehend the martial scriptures, and finally find a way to push his cultivation to the 8th realm. This was his plan, and there was a high possibility that it could be realized, because he still had a huge wealth of more than a dozen level 2 dragon veins and 2/3 of the creation Xian pills left, which was enough for him to break through once. The first thing Yi Xuan did after coming out was to pay a visit to the Battle Emperor, bid him farewell, and return to the human province to patrol. When he came out, he found out that in the past 100 years, the situation of the Stormy Sea area was very different from 100 years ago. It could be said that it was already beyond recognition, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 30, 174. In just over 100 years, the changes in the Stormy Sea region were much greater than the changes in the past tens of thousands of years. In the Battle of Stormy Sea region, the Battle Emperor returned in time to prevent Stormy Sea region from being breached by the allied forces of the Stormy Sea region. He protected the Fortune God dynasty's forward operating base in the Stormy Sea region, and this was only the vanguard battle. As the major forces retreated in defeat, the Stormy Sea region once again stirred up a storm of blood. The invincible Pan Tian Tian, who was rumored to be recuperating from his injuries, came out of seclusion once again. He recruited people to surrender and accepted traitors. He led the army on expeditions and was invincible. Sometimes he even personally took action. Even an Emperor Lord couldn't withstand a single blow from his terrifying strength. Those forces in the Stormy Sea region, even those that had Emperor Lords before, were nothing in front of Pan Tian Tian Tian. Many people surrendered and sought refuge with Pan Tian Tian Tian. As for those who refused to surrender, their clans were annihilated, uprooted, and disappeared from the world. For a time, the entire Stormy Sea region was in a reign of terror, and Pan Tian Tian Tian's forces grew stronger and stronger. There was a possibility that the invincible Pan Tian 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 from countless years ago would appear again. This situation even alarmed the Fortune God dynasty. The Fortune God dynasty was unwilling to see the Stormy Sea region once again under Pan Tian Tian Tian's control. One had to know that Pan Tian Tian Tian, who had unified the Stormy Sea region in the past, had given the Fortune God dynasty a lot of trouble. He had even invaded the eastern region and caused a huge uproar. In the end, after his death, the Fortune God dynasty worked hard to divide the major forces in the Stormy Sea region, preventing them from working together. Now that Pan Tian 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 had returned, there was a possibility that the same scene would appear again. This made the Fortune God dynasty nervous. Some people even suggested to invite several heavenly venerables who were in seclusion to go and kill him. But in the end, that didn't happen. When Pan Tian 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 led the army on expeditions, he finally met his match. He had alarmed a fierce beast that had been sleeping in the stormy sea region for tens of thousands of years. No one knew the origin of this fierce beast. They only knew that it had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years and had used a special secret technique to escape the passage of time. It was extremely terrifying. Several decades ago, a peerless battle had erupted. No one knew the outcome of the battle. Even Empyrean-level existences didn't dare to go and watch. They could only rely on their own guesses to get a rough idea of what had happened. Pan Tian Tian must have suffered a small loss. Since then, the Tempest Sea region had become a tripartite confrontation. Other than the Fortune Divine Dynasty side, there was also the Pan Tian 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 side. Then there were the remaining factions, the factions of the stormy sea domain that refused to submit to the Pan Tian Venerate. They finally joined forces and invited the ferocious beast to stand guard over a region and stop the Pan Tian Venerate. Yi Shiwen didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this. He understood that this world was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He didn't even know when a peerless expert would suddenly appear. He had to go all out and improve his cultivation as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Battle Emperor, Butterfly Sovereign, Star Emperor, and others, Yi Shiwen finally left Stormy Wind City and flew in the direction of Human Province. After becoming a member of Fortune God Dynasty, he easily obtained the complete geomancy map of the Fortune God Dynasty. Therefore, he knew the situation of Fortune God Dynasty like the back of his hand. At the same time that Yi Shiwen left Fortune God Dynasty, someone reported to the Cloud Emperor. Very soon, Cloud Emperor already knew that Yi Shiwen had left Stormy Sea region. However, he couldn't directly target Yi Shiwen at this time. 100 years ago, an envoy of the Battle Emperor had come to warn him that he wasn't allowed to attack Yi Shiwen openly. After all, it would be disastrous if he was caught red-handed. The Battle Emperor's qualifications were extremely high, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even their sect master might not be a match for the Battle Emperor. If they were to provoke him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only give up on the idea of facing Yi Shiwen head-on. However, this didn't mean that he planned to let this matter go. The current Yi Shiwen was no longer someone that he could deal with. Therefore, he could only report this matter to the Cloud Emperor and let the higher-ups decide. If they really wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, they would have to at least get someone at the level of a sect master to do it. Normally, even if they weren't tortured, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Cloud Emperor was no longer as arrogant as before. He hated and was afraid of Yi Shiwen. He hated that Yi Shiwen was ruthless, but he was also afraid that Yi Shiwen would be ruthless. He, a big shot of the Seventh Realm, was almost killed by someone. This was a shame that he would never be able to wash away in this lifetime. The human race's Mount Bujo was millions of miles long. It towered into the sky and was surrounded by divine aura. It was incomparably holy. On top of Mount Bujo, the human race's imperial palace stood on the mountain. It was majestic and majestic. It was the holy land of the human race. It was the residence of the current human emperor and the place where countless people of the human race came to visit. One could see multicolored lights, lingering and divine, mist gushing everywhere. It was a fairyland on earth. And today, on the huge square in front of the human emperor's imperial palace, many people who originally only existed in the legends and myths of the human race appeared on the square. Many divine kings who were in charge of the politics of a human race could only stand at the back of the square. In the middle was the place where many quasi-emperors were. They were the supreme elders of the human race. Many of them were in closed-door training all year round and were nowhere to be seen. Now all of them appeared here. In front of these quasi-emperors, there was a large open space. At the forefront, there were only two figures. One was dressed in an imperial robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked to be middle-aged and had a resolute face. He had an inviolable majesty. He was also the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that this was the current supreme ruler of the human race, the human emperor. And next to the human emperor was an old man in black robes. He looked extremely ordinary and did not have the slightest aura of a cultivator. However, since he could stand side by side with the human emperor, he was naturally a supreme existence in the human race. He stood in front of everyone and led the way in all directions. "Is the Sword King not coming?" the human emperor asked. The old man in black robes could not help but smile bitterly and said, "Human emperor, it's not like you don't know that the Sword King has never been serious. Right now, we don't even know which space he is in. We can't contact him at all. It's fine if he doesn't come. How many leaders of the other clans and the other 3 emperors have come?" The human emperor asked. "Only the leaders of some small clans have come in person. As for the emperors, not a single one has come." The old man in black robes said, "It's really a little interesting. I didn't expect that among the human race there would be such an existence. The patrolling inspector of the 4 provinces. How impressive! No matter what, this is a good thing for the human race. In such a precarious situation, we really need a helper." The human emperor frowned slightly as if he couldn't get rid of his worries. Since the master left, the human race no longer has an expert who can shake the world. I, the human emperor, can't even control the human province. I'm really ashamed to face the master. Human emperor, you don't need to blame yourself. Human emperor, your cultivation time is still short. It's not easy for you to have today's cultivation. The old man in black robes comforted the human emperor and said, "In time you might be able to step into the 7th realm and become a master. You will be able to shake the world and restore the human race's prestige." It said that this martial monarch came from the myriad heavens. The human emperor suddenly changed the topic and said, "Indeed, he should be from the myriad heavens. After so many years, another human race imperial emperor came from the myriad heavens. It seems that in the myriad heavens, the human race's prestige is still at its peak." The old man in black robes said with a sigh, "That was his hometown. How could he not remember it? He was one of the people who followed the Sway sovereign to the fortune world. In the endless years that followed, he also went on expeditions everywhere, and by coincidence, he stepped into the imperial emperor realm. However, he couldn't find the way back to his hometown and could only occasionally hear some news about the myriad heavens. Indeed, this martial monarch is indeed an outstanding talent. It hasn't been a long time since he came to the fortune world, but he has already made such a name for himself. Even the heavenly Tao sect can't do anything to him. Who knows, he might become an existence like the master in the future." The human emperor nodded and said, "And him becoming the patrolling envoy is also a good thing for our race. He has obtained the recognition of the fortune god dynasty, especially with the having of the tributes. It's enough for our race to breathe a sigh of relief." The old man in black robes said, "A few days ago, we received a letter from the patrolling envoy, requesting the leaders of the major forces in the 4 prefectures to gather at Mount Bujo. But now, it seems that only our race's experts have arrived. The experts of the other forces don't care about the patrolling envoy's words at all." A trace of worry flashed across the human emperor's eyes. "As far as I know, this patrolling envoy is not an ordinary person. At that time, I don't know how much bloodshed he will cause. Even if it really comes to that, there's nothing we can do. After all, the patrolling envoy is a member of our human race. Since we have enjoyed the benefits and convenience brought by the patrolling envoy, we naturally have to fight for him. But who knows how many of our people will be killed or injured. The ways of the world are really tough, The old man in black robes said with deep worry, "Let's take one step at a time. When the patrolling envoy arrives, we'll see what kind of person he is." The human emperor said, Just as the old man in black robes finished speaking, suddenly a golden ray of light flew over from afar, dragging a purple aura for 30,000 li behind it. It was just one person, but it was as if he could shake the world. The figure got closer and closer. It was a young man in black robes, flying over on a ray of light. Chapter 3175. In the next moment, the green-robed young man appeared on the square. Although he looked ordinary, everyone could tell his identity from the 30,000 miles of purple aura. Only an Emperor realm monarch would have such a phenomenon. The purple aura was not an illusion, but formed automatically after an Emperor realm monarch released his aura. No one could fake it. Moreover, they had seen this person's portrait before today. Naturally, they could recognize him at a glance. He was the Imperial Emperor, the Imperial Governor of the 4 prefectures, including the human prefecture. Greetings, Imperial Emperor. In an instant, the entire square was filled with people who knelt down. In front of an Emperor realm monarch, these big shots who usually ruled over a region were nothing. Greetings, fellow Taoist martial Emperor. The human sovereign and the black-robed old man bowed, respectfully. There's no need to be so polite, human sovereign. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said he had seen the portrait of the human sovereign before, but he didn't know who the old man was. Who is this fellow Taoist? Yi Shiwen asked directly. This old man is from the Fengyi clan. The black-robed old man said slowly. So it's fellow Taoist Fengyi clan. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands in greeting. He remembered some information about the current situation of the human race. The current human sovereign was the disciple of the previous sovereign, the Sui sovereign. The Fengyi clan was also one of the humans who followed the Sui sovereign to the fortune god dynasty. Although he had become an Emperor realm monarch, he didn't have an Emperor realm title and only referred to himself as the Fengyi clan. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. This was the custom of the ancient human race when naming a clan. Everyone, please rise. Yi Shiwen waved his hand slightly, and everyone felt a force rising under their feet. It lifted them up, and they naturally stood up. Even though they already knew about the mighty power of the Emperor realm, they were still shocked. After all, it wasn't just one person, but everyone. Seeing Yi Shiwen's gentle attitude, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Yi Shiwen was an extremely overbearing Emperor realm monarch. If that was the case, it might not be a good thing for the human race. After all, Yi Shiwen wasn't just strong, more importantly, he represented the will of the fortune god dynasty. That was the most troublesome thing. I'm also very happy to meet so many heroes of the human race today. Yi Shiwen smiled and said, Fellow Taoist martial emperor, please take a seat. The human emperor made a gesture of invitation. Yi Shiwen followed the human sovereign and Fengyi into the Sui sovereign palace on the other side of the square. This was the main palace of the human sovereign palace. Ever since the era of the Sui sovereign, this was the place where the most distinguished guests were received. In the center of the great hall, 3 cloud beds were placed side by side, belonging to the 3 sovereign emperors. All sorts of delicacies were placed on the cloud beds, and all sorts of fragrances assailed the nostrils. Yi Shiwen didn't refuse. He sat in the middle seat, while Human Emperor and Fengyi clan sat on his left and right. As Yi Shiwen took his seat, the banquet began. Celestial music lingered in the air, and everyone toasted each other. However, everyone's eyes were on Yi Shiwen, waiting to see how he would express himself today. In particular, everyone knew that the inspecting envoy had issued an order for the leaders of all forces to gather at Buzhou Mountain. However, apart from some weak clans that had surrendered to the human race, none of the leaders of other forces had come. It was obvious that they didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously. This was a blatant slap to the face, and no one knew what the inspecting envoy would do. But now it seemed like the inspecting envoy had completely ignored this point. As if he didn't see it, he didn't take it seriously at all. He just kept chatting with the human sovereign as if nothing had happened. "Human sovereign, I'm new here. I'm not too clear about the affairs of the 4 prefectures. Please enlighten me, human sovereign." Yi Shiwen said after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Towards the human sovereign, Yi Shiwen still maintained a certain level of respect. He was a mighty figure in the myriad of worlds, but he had never been the human sovereign before, because the responsibility of the human sovereign was too heavy. Using a race as one's monarch title was very meaningful. Yi Shiwen had worked hard for the development of the human race. He had done a lot for the human race, but he had never thought about becoming the human emperor. He only had one ultimate goal, and that was to control the fate and touch the endless Great Way. Then let me give you a brief introduction of the 4 provinces that you are in charge of. Apart from the human province where the human race is located, the dark province is located to the north of the human province. The main race there is the dark race, which is also the origin of the dark race. To the east of the human province is the stone province, which is the territory of the stone race. To the south of the human province is the Great Thunder Lake, which is relatively chaotic. None of the races have the absolute upper hand. The human prefecture, the dark prefecture, the stone prefecture, and the Great Thunder Lake, these were the 4 prefectures under Yi Shiwen's control. Among them, the human prefecture seemed to be in a better situation. It could be regarded as the headquarters of the human prefecture. However, the dark prefecture, the stone prefecture, and the Great Thunder Lake, Yi Shiwen hadn't seen the situation with his own eyes. However, they had dared to completely ignore his orders today. So, one could imagine their attitude towards him. Apart from the human race, how many other race leaders have come today? Yi Shiwen asked in a seemingly casual manner. The human emperor's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the highlight of the show was coming. He had learned a lot about this seemingly ordinary inspecting envoy during this period of time. This martial emperor had come from the myriad heavens. He was the homeland of the human race. The emperors who had been nurtured here couldn't be compared to him. Moreover, he had become even more famous after he had arrived in the human race. He had slaughtered countless people. The number of emperors who had fallen under his hands was already uncountable. If one were to write a list of them, then it would be enough to scare many people to death. He was definitely a cruel and merciless person. It would be strange if Yi Shiwen could let these people off easily, considering his temperament. In fact, he wouldn't let them off so easily if he were in Yi Shiwen's shoes. However, he was called the human emperor. He wasn't the strongest expert of the human race. However, he had been forced to take over the human emperor's position during the turbulent years when his master had passed away. Apart from the human race, only the leaders of some small races who had surrendered to our human race have come. The human emperor glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, "No one from the light race came." Yi Shiwen asked, "No one came?" The human emperor looked at Yi Shiwen and thought to himself, this inspecting envoy had indeed done his homework before coming here. In the Fortune Divine dynasty, there were thousands of races. Those that could occupy an entire province were considered as big races. Before the human race, they were considered as one of these big races. Naturally, it was the Sui sovereign's invincible martial arts that allowed him to carve out a path for himself. However, after the Sui sovereign's departure, the human race was in turmoil. The human race was no longer able to control the situation in the human race. There was another race that rose up at a rapid pace, competing with the human race and even gaining the upper hand. This was a race with wings on their backs. They looked very similar to the human race. Due to their similar appearances, they were taken care of when the human race was in power. However, after the Sui sovereign's disappearance, the human race was in turmoil. The first race to raise the flag of rebellion was the light race. The light race had been planning for a long time. Once they made their move, they occupied half of the human race's territory. The human race's army was defeated again and again. The light race was even stronger than the human race without the Sui sovereign. Currently, the human race and the light race were separated in the human race's territory. Obviously, Yi Shiwen had also learned about these situations before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked directly. The light race has always been arrogant and unruly. To be honest with Taoist Martial Emperor, the light race is hostile to the human race. I'm afraid they won't come here. The human emperor said indifferently. Yi Shiwen glanced at the human emperor. As far as he knew, the light race was not as simple as being arrogant and unruly. It should be said that they had rebelled against their superiors. For many years, there had been constant friction between the two races. The light race had even petitioned the Fortune Divine Dynasty to change the human race's name to the light race. This was not as simple as a name. It also represented the ownership and ruling rights of a certain clan. The light race had been planning for a long time and was full of ambition. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth curved upwards, and he said, "It doesn't matter. I'm not representing the human race now, but the Fortune Divine Dynasty. If they don't come, it means that they are not giving the Fortune Divine Dynasty face. Then, if they die, they will have a reason to die." Yi Shiwen didn't care about the light race not sending anyone. It was good that they didn't come. It would give him an excuse to annihilate the light race. The human emperor couldn't help but stare at Yi Shiwen with widened eyes. This kind of situation was too common in the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Every day, there were many races being born, and there were also many races disappearing every day. It was no longer strange for the Fortune Divine Dynasty. However, that was only true for a race without an imperial monarch. Once an imperial monarch was present, the entire race would be completely different, and it wouldn't be easy to annihilate it. After all, once an imperial monarch escaped, it would leave behind a huge calamity. Yi Shiwen's casual words about annihilating the light race stunned the human emperor. Yi Shiwen's temperament was completely different from his own. Yi Shiwen was also a sovereign emperor. However, Yi Shiwen had a kind of unimaginable absolute self-confidence on his body. It was just like the invincible self-confidence of many years ago when his master was still alive. And this was exactly what he lacked. Although he had inherited the position of the human emperor, he didn't have the majesty of the Sui sovereign. He vaguely remembered what his master said in the past. If one didn't have the invincible heart to rule the world, even if one stepped into the Emperor Lord realm, his future would be limited. And now, everything seemed to be as his master said. Ever since he stepped into the Emperor Lord realm, his progress was very limited. He vaguely understood what kind of spirit he lacked. Ever since he was young, he had grown up under the nurturing of his master, and everything had been smooth sailing. Therefore, what he lacked was the ambition to never lose confidence and never give up in the face of extreme adversity. Chapter 3176. What was a true sovereign overlooking the world? Only by reaching that step could one truly understand. In the myriad worlds, Yi Shiwen was that kind of character. The legend of the martial emperor had existed since ancient times, never to be extinguished. This was a grand occasion that the current human emperor could not comprehend. Patrol Envoy might not be aware of this, but even if we bring out the Fortune God dynasty, it won't be of much use. These people have been disobedient for a long time. Moreover, as long as we pay enough offerings, they won't interfere in our battles. The human emperor glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, as if he was afraid that Yi Shiwen was unaware of the actual situation of the Fortune God dynasty. Ever since the rise of the large sects, the Fortune God dynasty's control over the local forces was no longer as strict as before. As long as it wasn't an uprising, the Fortune Divine Dynasty would usually turn a blind eye to such matters. After all, the Fortune Divine Dynasty's biggest enemy was the foreign world's creatures. Most of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's energy was spent on suppressing the foreign world's enemies. There was one thing Huang Xiaolong did not mention. Not only would the Fortune Divine dynasty not interfere in this matter, but it was also looking forward to these rebellious local forces fighting each other to the death. As long as they did not side with the Fortune Divine dynasty, they would be considered as traitors. In the Fortune Divine dynasty, other than those who sought refuge with the Fortune Divine dynasty and the various large sects, there were quite a number of people who did not join either side. In the eyes of the Fortune Divine dynasty, these people were no different from weeds that grew and perished on their own. Yi Shiwen understood the hidden meaning of the human emperor's words. Even if Yi Shiwen's patrol envoy was enfeoffed by the Fortune God dynasty, it was unlikely that the Fortune God dynasty would send troops to help him. The provinces that were truly under the Fortune God dynasty's control would not be enfeoffed. Only the provinces that were not under the Fortune God dynasty's jurisdiction would be enfeoffed. Whether or not the provinces could be pacified and tidied up depended on the individual's ability. Some people succeeded, some failed. For the Fortune God dynasty, there was no loss even if they failed. In any case, the provinces were not directly under the Fortune God dynasty's jurisdiction. If they succeeded, there would be a lot of benefits. I also don't expect any help from the imperial court. Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. The Battle Emperor had once said that he could look for him if there was any trouble. However, he wouldn't be able to face anyone if he couldn't even settle such a small problem. I only need one reason. One reason is enough. Yi Shiwen took a sip of immortal tea and said, For prefectures, don't you think it's too crowded here? The human emperor didn't react at first. After all, the land of any prefecture was already boundless and unimaginable, let alone the land of 4 prefectures. For any race, it was already incomparably huge. How could it be too crowded? He immediately understood Yi Shiwen's intention. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. Was he planning to expel the light race, the stone race, and the dark race? If it really was like this, then the entire 4 provinces would undoubtedly undergo a great purge, causing unrest and the flames of war to burn the heavens. He had never thought so far ahead. In fact, it was already not easy for him to prevent the current territory of the human race from shrinking. Inspector, what do you mean? The human emperor looked at him and asked. On the other side of Yi Shiwen, Fengishur, who had been silent all this while, also looked at Yi Shiwen with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen had such a huge appetite. You are right. The land of the 4 prefectures is indeed not small. But isn't it too crowded to accommodate so many powerful figures? I will give those who are willing to obey me a way out. But if they want to jump out and cause trouble, then I will eliminate them all. Yi Shiwen said indifferently while sipping his tea. To him, this didn't seem to be a big deal at all. In fact, this was indeed not a big deal to him. When he was ruling over the world, he suppressed all the races and made them submit to him. This kind of scene was just a small scene. Inspector, you are indeed domineering. Fengishur couldn't help but interrupt. He vaguely saw the glory of the human race when the Sui sovereign was still alive. Now, the strength of the lower and middle levels of the human race was even stronger than when the Sui sovereign was still alive. However, they had lost the drive to improve themselves. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, the competition between the races is a land of life and death. There is no room for mercy. Otherwise, we will not be able to achieve hegemony. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he dared to kill. The history of the human race's rise was a history of killing. There were times when the human race was destroyed. There were times when the human race was forced to the ancestral land and almost died. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. The rise of any race was the same. In his opinion, this was perfectly normal. He was a human, so he naturally had to think for the human race. Fengishur sighed in his heart. In his opinion, this Inspector Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly more suitable to be the human sovereign. It wasn't that the human sovereign wasn't a good person, but he was just a protector. He wasn't someone who could achieve hegemony. Perhaps the contrast was too strong. It made the human sovereign, who was supposed to be a dragon among men, feel so powerless. They weren't on the same level. No wonder he was able to create a bloody path for himself not long after he arrived at the Fortune God dynasty. If our human race wants to become stronger, we must occupy these 4 prefectures. Only then will we have the foundation to compete with those first-rate races. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "1 prefecture is too small. It's hard to even protect ourselves." Although many people thought that the human race was one of the great races of the present age, but in Yi Shiwen's opinion it was merely a second-rate race. The true hegemons of the Fortune Divine Dynasty could be found everywhere, and they owned 10 prefectures of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Those were the foundation to dominate the Fortune God Dynasty. The human race had declined too much in recent years. Even the human prefecture had lost half of its territory. Compete with the first-rate races. Both the human sovereign and Fengyi Shi widened their eyes in shock. In their opinion, dominating the 4 prefectures was already a glorious achievement for the human race. As for competing with those first-rate races, that was something they had never even thought about. Naturally, our human race has such potential. Why not give it a try? Yi Shiwen said matter-of-factly. At this time, the human sovereign finally realized that he and the martial emperor weren't on the same wavelength. When he was thinking about the next step, the martial emperor had already considered 100 steps or even 1,000 steps. Although there was the suspicion that he would sprain his back, such a thing still made his blood boil. If such a day really came, his name would go down in history forever. Of course, these things are still far away. We need to take it 1 step at a time. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yi Shiwen said. He knew that one could dream as far as possible, but being down to earth was essential. For the next period of time, I will stay at Mount Buzhou. Help me announce to the 4 prefectures that 3 years later, I will hold a meeting on Mount Buzhou and invite them to come and have an audience with me. Yi Shiwen said, "Patrol envoy, 3 years is too long. Don't you know that a long delay is fraught with trouble? 3 years is enough for them to form alliances. If we want to eradicate them as soon as possible, we must take them down one by one before they react. If we give them time to form alliances, then things will become troublesome." The human emperor hastily advised. He had unconsciously taken Yi Shiwen's words to heart. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling as he thought of the fact that the human race had conquered the 4 prefectures. In fact, he had accomplished something that even his master hadn't been able to do during his reign. His words were naturally for the sake of the human race. As soon as he heard Yi Shiwen's words, he immediately became anxious. Even Fengyi Shi took a second glance at Yi Shiwen. Anyone with a little brain would be able to see the answer to this question. How could the patrol envoy make such a big mistake? Could it be that he was too arrogant, but too incompetent? However, he quickly ruled out this possibility. After all, if a person who could cultivate to such a level was arrogant, but weak, then how could other people who failed to compete with him endure? They want to form alliances. I want them to form alliances. If we suddenly kill them, at most, we will kill the chicken to scare the monkey. At that time, there will be trouble in the future. It's better to let them form alliances. The more noise they make, the better. I want to see how many clowns are secretly forming alliances. It's a good time to catch them all in one net. Yi Shiwen said disdainfully. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. As for Fengyi Shi and the human sovereign, they looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. Every time they thought that they had seen through him, they would find that there was still a long way to go. Yi Shiwen was even crazier than the craziest person they could imagine. He actually planned to catch all the leaders of the 4 prefectures in one net. What a crazy plan! It's too slow to eradicate them one by one. Catching them all in one net is the best way to solve the problem once and for all. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "What if someone defected to us?" Feng sure couldn't help but ask. Then leave them a way out. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He only dared to kill, but it wasn't easy to kill. If someone was willing to join his side in advance, Yi Shiwen wouldn't mind giving them a way out. He didn't care about karma. What kind of karma was this? With his current cultivation, there was no karma that could touch him. He had already jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer in the 5 elements. The 3 of them talked and laughed. They had already discussed the important matters. However, the high-level people of the human race who were paying attention to the 3 Emperor-Emperors didn't realize that the 3 Emperor-Emperors were protected by powerful magical powers. They couldn't even see their faces clearly. They only knew that after this banquet, the 4 prefectures' patrolling envoy would hold a meeting on Mount Buzhou 3 years later. They were waiting for the heroes of the 4 prefectures to come and have an audience. This news spread to all the major forces of the 4 prefectures. Chapter 3177. The 4 prefectures' patrolling envoy, Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen, was going to hold a meeting of heroes 3 years later and was waiting for the heroes of the 4 prefectures to come and have an audience. Overnight, this news spread to the ears of the big and small forces of the 4 prefectures. As long as it was a high-level force, it was the first to know. Although they did not give Yi Shiwen face and did not come to welcome him. In fact, they had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen's actions. Every one of these old foxes was a local tyrant. Because the law did not punish the masses, no one was willing to be the first to stand out. However, they did not dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen and had been paying attention to his movements. After all, he was the 4 prefectures' imperial inspector appointed by the Fortune divine dynasty. Not to mention his official background. Just his personal strength was not to be trifled with. Many people did not dare to look down on him due to his shocking battle record. The Gun Jin Tiger Emperor had been famous for tens of thousands of years. The Fortune God dynasty had put out a bounty for him for so many years. Even the experts of the 7th realm had tried to kill him, but none of them could kill him and he eventually escaped. But now, such a powerful character had died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands. This made everyone look at Yi Shiwen in a new light. However, Yi Shiwen's words made many people unhappy in their hearts. An audience with the emperor. Yi Shiwen actually wanted them to have an audience with him. This was practically forcing them to lower their heads, especially those in charge of the powerful clans who were used to being domineering. They were even more furious. They were all emperor-emperors with equal status. It was fine if it was someone like the Battle Emperor. However, how could a mere Yi Shiwen be qualified for them to have an audience with him? Forget about the small clans. In the face of such a clash of forces, it was tantamount to a fight between immortals. It was absolutely not something they could get involved in. And those big clans quickly began to form alliances. A full 3 years was enough for them to start forming alliances. No one was willing to submit to an outsider. Even the Fortune God dynasty could not do anything to them. How could a mere human emperor from another world make them kneel on the ground and obey his orders? Most importantly, they had never thought that Yi Shiwen might kill all of them in one fell swoop. That would be too shocking. In fact, they hadn't even thought about it. A piece of news soon began to spread in the 4 prefectures, along with the big clans boycotting Yi Shiwen. That was, the big clans wanted to hold a meeting on the holy mountain of the Light Clan. The time was set for 3 years later. It was clear that they wanted to go against the meeting of outstanding heroes that Yi Shiwen was holding. They didn't take Yi Shiwen's words seriously. There were even people who made bold statements. Who do you think the humans are? You're just a destitute race that can't even defend their own province. Yet you dare to climb over their heads and shit on them? You're simply tired of living. In many people's eyes, the human race actually wanted to suppress the other races, which was undoubtedly courting death. Originally, the light race was a little afraid of the human race suddenly having an inspector, but soon discovered that this inspector actually wanted to suppress the warriors of the 4 prefectures, which was tantamount to cutting off the 4 prefectures. Such a person would be driven out sooner or later. so there was nothing to be afraid of. Soon, they also received help from many forces in the Stone Province, the Dark Province, and the Thunder Lake land. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they frequently looked for trouble with the human race. The human race, under the hint of the high-level leaders, adopted a defensive stance and did not take the initiative to attack, which further increased the arrogance of the light race. In their opinion, the human race dared not do anything under the pressure of the surrounding races. The original fear of Yi Shiwen in their hearts also disappeared without a trace. This was another person who had high expectations but low ability, so there was no need to be so careful. After Yi Shiwen issued this order, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. After ending the discussion with the human sovereign and Fengyi, Yi Shiwen decided to stay on Mount Buzhou and refused the human sovereign's invitation to live in the human sovereign palace. After all, it was the place where the previous human sovereigns lived. Yi Shiwen did not come to seize power, so there was no need to compete with the human sovereign. On the other side of Mount Buzhou, another mountain was set up, and the divine court was re-established. What he had in the myriad heavens and realms was re-established, and the martial emperor heaven was re-established in the divine court. Previously, when he established the martial emperor heaven in the myriad heavens and realms, it was to a large extent by borrowing the sapling of the world tree. At that time, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was too low. Now, Yi Shiwen's strength was more than 10 times that of back then. In addition, he had already experienced it once. So the re-establishment of the martial emperor heaven was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. In less than a year, the martial emperor heaven was re-established, and the martial emperor heaven in the divine court would also become the foundation of Yi County in the Fortune God dynasty. After the re-establishment of the martial emperor heaven, the leaders of the major tribes and forces of the human race personally came to see him. They also brought their most promising juniors. On one hand, they came to see the strongest person in the world of the human race. On the other hand, they wanted to see if there was a chance for their juniors to become Yi Shiwen's disciples. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen came from the myriad heavens and realms. He came alone and did not bring any disciples. Since he wanted to re-establish the divine court in this world, he had to recruit disciples. There was no doubt that there would be great benefits if they could catch up with the first batch. The juniors of the human race, who had become the disciples of the human sovereign and the Fengyi clan, were now outstanding generals and ministers. They were the pillars of the human race, and Yi Shiwen's strength was stronger than that of the human sovereign and the Fengyi clan. He was also the 4 prefectures' patrol envoy appointed by the Fortune God dynasty. In theory, he was the supreme master of the human, dark, stone, and thunder lakes prefectures. There was no doubt that those who could become his disciples would have a limitless future. Yi Shiwen sat in the martial emperor heaven and accepted the worship and audience of many tribes. At this time, the human sovereign and the Fengyi clan did not come to steal the limelight from Yi Shiwen. Moreover, they could not compete with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had experienced such a scene many times in the myriad heavens and realms. He was already very used to it. He also collected all the heavenly treasures, rare treasures, and divine objects that had been presented as tributes from the major clans. Almost all of them were useless to him. However, there was no problem in using them to fill the treasury of the divine court. In fact, he could use them to reward his disciples in the future. As for the outstanding juniors of the major tribes, Yi Shiwen did not reject any of them. As long as they had a clean background, he would accept them all. As for their qualifications, he did not need to look at them. Without exception, those who could be brought by the leaders of these tribes were peerless geniuses. None of them were weak. These juniors were all accepted by Yi Shiwen. They served as Tao children and temporarily managed the divine court. At present, he had no intention of accepting a large number of disciples. There was no need for him to do so. Yi Shiwen was not very interested in these things. The main reason why he established the divine court in the myriad heavens and realms was to deal with the crisis of the heavenly race. Otherwise, it would be enough for him to live like a wild crane. When the tribal leaders saw that Yi Shiwen did not accept any disciples, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But very soon, their sadness turned to joy, and they were overjoyed. Although Yi Shiwen did not accept any disciples, and only took these outstanding human juniors as Tao children to handle some miscellaneous matters in the divine court and martial emperor heaven, Yi Shiwen also organized and opened up many of the human race's martial arts. Among them, there were almost all kinds of martial arts involved. Many of them even involved the imperial emperor Daos, and they were completely different imperial emperor Daos. To the human race, this was undoubtedly a shocking discovery. The humans in the Fortune Divine Dynasty were all brought here by the Sui sovereign. Naturally, the cultivation techniques they practiced were mainly the Sui sovereign's martial arts. Although the Sui sovereign's prowess was unparalleled, he could not break through the barriers of his own martial arts and open up many different paths. But Yi Shiwen was different. When he was in the myriad heavens and realms, he spent a long time visiting the inheritances of the various imperial emperors. Although he could not see many of the ultimate skills, with his cultivation base he did not need to see them. Just by looking at the martial arts insights left behind by the imperial emperors, he could deduce many of them. Yi Shiwen hadn't sorted them out in the past because he hadn't felt the need to sort them out. But now he could sort them out. It wouldn't take him much time to deduce the martial arts techniques of these emperor inheritances. Some of them were complete. Yi Shiwen had even seen the entire inheritance. These techniques were enough for people to cultivate to the emperor realm. One had to know that not everyone had the ability to create their own invincible martial arts. Many people followed the foundation of their predecessors and cultivated to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm before finally finding another way to become a monarch. The current human sovereign and Fengyi clan of the human race both inherited the Sui sovereign's teachings, and the cultivation techniques they practiced were also of the same origin. But it was also because of this that the human race's heritage was not rich enough. There was only the Sui sovereign's heritage, and not everyone was suitable to cultivate the Sui sovereign's cultivation techniques. This was the reason why there were only a few imperial emperors in the human race throughout the years. But now, the cultivation techniques that Yi Shiwen organized and released to the public had greatly enriched the human race's heritage. It was as if the human race had gained countless years of heritage in a single night. In one breath, he brought the human race's heritage from the myriad heavens and realms over. Compared to the Fortune Divine Dynasty, the human race in the myriad heavens and realms was much more glorious. There were countless experts, and there were many who had created their own unique paths. There were the human race's three ancestors, the heaven, earth, and human sovereigns, the Ji clan's 5 monarchs, and finally, Monarch Qin and Yi Shiwen himself. These were the heritage that the Fortune Divine Dynasty's human race did not have, but Yi Shiwen brought all of them over in a single night. One could imagine how shocked the human race was. Even the human sovereign and Fengyi clan's imperial emperors, who were still on Mount Buzhou, were shocked. Chapter 30, 178. Because among the many martial arts books that Yi Shiwen had opened up, there were more than just speculations about the cultivation methods before becoming an emperor and some methods to become an emperor. There were even the insights of many emperor lords. Back then, Yi Shiwen had dominated the heavens and even annihilated many royal families of the Tian clan. For a period of time, he had continuously visited the inheritances of various emperor lords and collected the insights of many emperor lords. Not only the human race, but also the demon race, and the emperor lords of other major races. These insights were very precious to Yi Shiwen. He often read them and benefited a lot, not to mention the human emperor and Fengyi clan. Human emperor was at the 3rd realm, while Fengyi clan was a bit stronger, but he was only at the 4th realm. The insights of these sovereign emperors would be a great reference for them. Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything from human sovereign and Fengyi clan. He let them have a look at all the insights. For Yi Shiwen, the stronger the human race was, the more confidence he had. They were all his foundations, so naturally the stronger the better. In addition to opening up the many books that he had collected over the years to the human race elites, Yi Shiwen officially began to preach. Now that the #1 expert of the human race was preaching, it quickly shocked the human race experts in the human province. Human race experts from all over the world poured into the martial emperor heaven of the divine court to listen to Yi Shiwen's preaching. Many human race sages who had been in deep slumber or in closed-door training for many years appeared one after another. For a time, all kinds of rainbow lights filled the sky, shining day and night. Yi Shiwen's preaching lasted for 2 years. Although it was not a long time for many human race experts, it was tantamount to a good reign. Yi Shiwen had pointed out many things that they had originally thought of or hadn't thought of. Yi Shiwen's knowledge was extremely extensive. Therefore, his sermons also involved all aspects. No matter what kind of martial arts the human experts practiced, they could absorb what they wanted to know from his sermons. Many people quickly returned to their closed-door training after the preaching ended. Their closed-door training was abundant, even enough for them to go further. In these 3 years, Yi Shiwen did not step out of the human race's sacred mountain, Mount Buzhou, but the 4 provinces were stirred up because of his arrival. It was similar to Yi Shiwen's initial guess. Because of his strong declaration, many forces in the 4 prefectures began to form alliances. Although Yi Shiwen had the backing of the Fortune God dynasty, it was nothing for them. In the 4 prefectures, except for the Thunder Lake region, the other prefectures had huge forces that were not inferior to the human race. In fact, they were even more powerful than the human race. Under such circumstances, how could they easily bow down to Yi Shiwen and obey the human race's orders? In their opinion, Yi Shiwen didn't have the qualifications to be above them, although they were conferred by the Fortune God dynasty. Even the Fortune God dynasty itself couldn't do anything to them, let alone Yi Shiwen. That was simply wishful thinking. 3 years passed quickly. A grand meeting of heroes was held in Mount Buzhou. Although there were many powerful forces that didn't like the humankind and many of them refused to obey, in the human province, the humankind was the traditional overlord and had many vassals. Therefore, these clans had no other choice. Whether they were sincere or not, they had no choice but to come to the meeting. For a time, the entire human race's sacred mountain was very lively. In addition, many tribal leaders of the human race came to congratulate them. The momentum was great. It should be said that these human tribal leaders had never left. They had been listening to Yi Shiwen preaching in the divine palace for 2 years. Now they were just in a different place. Congratulations, Your Majesty Martial Emperor. Only this sentence was floating in the entire Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Yi Shiwen, who was sitting on the cloud bed of the divine palace, became the center of the world and the focus of everyone's eyes. No need for formalities. Please rise. Yi Shiwen's voice was gentle and mellow. Everyone only felt a force lifting them up, preventing them from kneeling. Everyone sat down in their respective seats. They toasted each other and exchanged toasts. It was a happy and harmonious scene. In the deepest part of the martial emperor's heaven, Yi Shiwen, the human emperor, and Feng Shi sat facing each other. Everyone was eating and drinking while watching Yi Shiwen. Everyone knew that 3 years ago, Yi Shiwen announced to the world that he would hold a meeting and requested the leaders of the major forces in the 4 provinces to attend. However, in reality, only the human race and the leaders of the human race's vassal forces came. The others did not give him any face at all. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the martial emperor who had just returned. Many people would look down on the martial emperor because of this. However, it seemed that the martial emperor did not seem to be angry at all. On the contrary, he looked happy. Could it be that this was all an act? Many people thought to themselves, if this was the case, then the martial emperor's shrewdness could not be underestimated. The more powerful a big shot was, the more he could not tolerate people disrespecting them. However, Yi Shiwen did not seem to care about this at all. No one could be indifferent to being slapped in the face. The only possibility was that he had endured it. For a powerful person like him, there was no need for him to endure this kind of slapping in the face. However, what they didn't know was that Yi Shiwen wasn't forcing himself to smile because he really didn't care about it. In his eyes, these clowns were courting death. They were courting death. That's all. No matter how everyone looked at Yi Shiwen, they could not see anything. Even the human emperor and Feng Shi did not change their expressions, let alone Yi Shiwen. Logically, if the various forces did not give him face, the human emperor and Feng Shi, as the human emperor, should not be happy either. However, in reality, the two did not show any expression at all. They were even discussing the Tao. Each of these emperors had their own domain. It was not easy for them to gather together, let alone sit down and discuss the Tao. This was also an extremely precious and rare thing. The three did not care about the small number of people that came. Instead, they discussed excitedly. Of course, Yi Shiwen was the main speaker. After all, his cultivation was not just a little bit higher than the other two. Just based on his knowledge, he was far more knowledgeable than the other two. However, the two of them would often come up with their own unique opinions, which also served as inspiration for Yi Shiwen. Amidst this joyous and harmonious scene, a piece of news quickly spread to everyone's ears. That was on the holy mountain of the Light Clan. At this time, there was also a meeting being held. Many forces and heroes from various forces had come to the scene. Obviously, they wanted to challenge the meeting held by Yi Shiwen here. Compared to the other side, the human clan's meeting was undoubtedly much more shabby. The tribal leaders who came were too simple. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after learning about this news. It had finally come. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen to see what he would say. Soon, someone also passed the news to Yi Shiwen and the other two. Martial Emperor, are you sure? Do you really want to do this? Asked the human emperor. The arrow on the bow has to be released. Yi Shiwen said, this time if we don't get rid of them completely, then our human clan will have no prestige in the land of the 4 provinces, let alone dominate the 4 provinces and compete with those first-rate clans. Moreover, they are just a bunch of jumping clowns. You don't have to worry. And Martial Emperor is right. Martial Emperor naturally has a sense of propriety. We don't have to worry. Feng Shi was much more at ease with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly and then said, Friend, after watching for so long, don't you want to come out? Or do you think our human clan is not good enough? His clear voice suddenly spread throughout the entire Martial Emperor heaven. Many people were immediately startled. Obviously, Yi Shiwen's words could not be without reason. Could it be that someone had broken in? The most shocked were undoubtedly the human emperor and Feng Shi. Both of them did not notice any signs of someone sneaking in. They were extremely shocked and immediately released their divine senses. What a good martial emperor! You have some tricks up your sleeve. A figure slowly emerged. In an instant, the entire martial emperor heaven began to flicker with endless electric sparks. Layer after layer of dark clouds covered the entire martial emperor heaven. You want to show off in front of me with such insignificant skills. Yi Shiwen sneered. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, a big hand suddenly grabbed out, instantly tearing the sky apart, directly grabbing towards the big hand. How dare you! The figure did not have enough of putting on airs, but he did not expect Yi Shiwen to be too lazy to say anything to him and directly attacked. He was immediately shocked and angry. His whole body was covered with endless electric sparks. They turned into electric dragons and bombarded Yi Shiwen's big hand. However, they were like tofu in brine. They melted in the air. There was no way for them to attack that big hand. Trying to play this game with me in my territory? Who asked you to show off? Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer, and the big hand continued to grab. The figure immediately retreated, turning into a bolt of electric light and retreating. "Wanna leave?" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. It wasn't known when the Avicii sword had appeared in his hand. The sword light flickered for a moment and grew bigger and bigger in an instant. It transformed into a shocking sword rainbow and shot straight towards the face of that figure. The figure moved left and right, but there was no time to dodge, or rather, there was no way to dodge. The sword seemed to be moving in a straight line, but in fact, it had sealed the entire world. No matter where he tried to escape, he would be hit and pierced directly. There was no other choice. "I don't believe it. I'll fight it out with you." The figure was forced to his limits. He immediately let out a loud roar, and countless lightning spots in the world gathered towards him. Boom! The electric sparks and the sword light finally collided. Chapter 30, 179. Boom! There was a huge roar as the sword light and the lightning collided in the void. In an instant, everyone felt as though the heavens and earth were about to collapse. However, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. There seemed to be a force in the void that absorbed the aftermath of the battle, preventing it from wreaking havoc. Otherwise, they might not be able to escape this calamity. A battle between emperors could easily destroy a world, not to mention confronting it head-on. Even if they were swept by the aftermath, they would still die. This was how cruel it was. For them, there were too many existences in this world that they couldn't afford to offend. This scene that made everyone feel as if the end of the world only lasted for a second. In just a split second, the sword light was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The sword light didn't lose its momentum and directly slashed the figure. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out and splattered in all directions. The figure let out a miserable shriek and fell from the void. At this moment, the crowd finally saw the true body of the figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing scale armor. He was tall and strong, and there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It looked extremely horrifying. He just covered his chest and kept screaming. At the same time, he kept running his martial power. The wounds on his body were also recovering at an amazing speed. However, this sword attack had seriously injured him. "This is the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor!" the human sovereign exclaimed. This was because he had already recognized the person who had come. "Thunder Emperor?" Yi Shiwen glanced at the person, and a lot of information about the Thunder Emperor appeared in his mind. It turned out that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was a peerless expert in the Lightning Lake region. Although there wasn't a large tribe in the Lightning Lake region, it didn't mean that there weren't any experts. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was known as the #1 expert in the entire Lightning Lake region. He ruled over an endless area of the Lightning Lake region and was extremely powerful. His fame spread across the world. Even in the human province, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's reputation was still very resounding. It was said that when the Sui sovereign was still on the throne, the land of Leisha had attempted to invade the human state, but they were defeated by the Sui sovereign. After that, the Leisha signed an oath that the races in the land of Leisha would never invade the human state. One had to know that cultivators in the Fortune God dynasty could not casually swear oaths, because everything was monitored by the heavenly Tao. It was fine if they did not swear, but once they did, they would form a telepathic link with the heavenly Tao. If they went back on their word, even if the mortal province could not do anything to them, the heavenly wrath would descend upon them. That was why these cultivators attached great importance to oaths. Once they made an oath, they would rarely go against it. The price for doing so was simply too high. All these years, although the human race was on the verge of decline, the land of Leisha did not invade because of the alliance with the Sui sovereign. It's the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Many people were shocked. They had never thought that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor would be such a famous existence. Even though they were separated by a large province, they had still heard of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Fortunately, due to the city gate, no matter how strong the experts in the land of Leisha were, they did not dare to invade again. Could it be that the land of Leisha wants to go back on their word? Heavens, what should we do? Yi Shiwen slightly wrinkled his brows. He had already heard the words of many human experts. He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the human race had declined to such an extent? Could it be that they couldn't even fight in a place as chaotic as the Thunder Lake where no truly powerful forces could be organized? No wonder the human race had been retreating under the attacks of the Light Clan all these years. How is this possible? The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor opened his eyes wide. It seemed that he still couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen had seriously injured him with just a few simple moves. If he hadn't dodged in time, perhaps it wouldn't have been as simple as a big hole in his chest. In fact, he might not even be able to speak. The martial emperor's strength seemed to be more tyrannical than the rumors. He had originally thought that the rumors were just rumors, and no one could be that tyrannical. But now, he had suffered a big loss in the hands of Yi Shiwen. It seemed that Yi Shiwen was not only more powerful than the rumors said, but also more powerful. The peak of the sixth realm, Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and instantly judged the strength of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. He was indeed very powerful. No wonder he could rule the land of Lesia. Without such strength, it was impossible to suppress the peerless experts of the land of Lesia. However, this strength was only relative to others. It was still far from his strength. Yi Shiwen had forced him into a dead end with just a simple move. This was the current strength of Yi Shiwen. Martial Emperor, what should we do? The land of Lesia is also not willing to show weakness, and is ready to make a move. The human sovereign finally suppressed the shock in his heart. Yi Shiwen had just injured the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor so easily. Not only the human race experts, but even he was completely shocked. What kind of strength was this? No wonder he dared to say that he could capture all the major forces of the land of Lesia in one fell swoop. He was indeed quite capable. What's there to be afraid of? According to our previous agreement, we can capture all of them in one fell swoop. If they don't join forces, I won't be able to find an excuse. Now that I have found an excuse, they are really dead. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly, and then he looked at the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor and said, "You are the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Yes, I am the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, and you are the martial emperor?" The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor didn't pretend to be aloof, but replied. He knew that this wasn't the time to pretend to be aloof. On the contrary, he needed to buy time for himself to recover. The sword key of the Avicii sword was too overbearing. Even with the full recovery of the cultivation of the peak of the sixth realm, it would still take him some time to expel the sword key of the Avicii sword. This made him even more afraid of Yi Shiwen. How could Yi Shiwen not see the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's plan? However, he didn't care. In his opinion, this was nothing at all. The difference in strength between them was too big. It wasn't useful to buy time like this. Sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, why, have you come to join me? Yi Shiwen smiled and said, "Join you? Don't be delusional. How is that possible?" The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor seemed to have heard the most impossible and ridiculous thing. This was simply the funniest thing in the world. Our human race is in need of manpower. If you join us now, you will naturally be given the title of an elder. There are many scriptures in our human race. You will need to comprehend these scriptures if you want to break through to the seventh realm. If you don't join us now, when will you? Yi Shiwen said in a neither too fast nor too slow manner. It seemed as if he was determined to recruit the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. This patrol envoy was far bolder than they had initially thought. He was even more daring. He actually wanted to subdue the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Perhaps even the craziest idea they had thought of didn't include this. "Don't be delusional," the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor roared. He had finally cleared the sword chi of the sword of Avicii from his body. Without the sword chi of the sword of Avicii messing around, He had almost completely recovered in an instant with his body's recovery ability. After recovering to his peak, his confidence was naturally not the same as before. He didn't even have the intention to say a few perfunctory words. Stubborn. Since you are not willing, then I will beat you until you are willing. The Buddhists have the guardian dragon. Our human race also needs the guardian divine beast. If you are not willing to be an elder, then be a guardian divine beast. Yi Shiwen said and lowered his title. No matter how high the position of a guardian divine beast was, it could not be compared to the position of an elder that Yi Shiwen offered. Yi Shiwen had already seen through the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's true form. He was a sky-shaking Thunder Beast. He didn't know when he had attained the Tao. His strength was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Without Yi Shiwen, there was really no one in the entire human province who could do anything to him. It was very likely that they would have to use the means and resources left behind by the Sui sovereign. How dare you! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was shocked and angry. Yi Shiwen's words clearly did not take him seriously. He actually wanted to take him in as a guardian divine beast. This was simply a slap to his face. How could he tolerate this? In an instant, countless lightning bolts appeared around him. He was just careless just now. Now that he was fully focused, it was impossible for him to fall for Yi Shiwen's trick. The power of lightning covered the entire marshaled arch heaven as if it wanted to seize control of the entire world. A long spear had appeared in the hands of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Looking from afar, this long spear seemed to be condensed from the power of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. It contained 10,000 years of lightning. It was unknown how long it had been tempered, as if it had seized the fortune of the world. The spear pierced towards Yi Shiwen. With the endless power of lightning, it turned into a terrifying thunderstorm that spread out in all directions. Both Ren Huang and Fengyi Shi raised their power to the peak, and only then did they manage to sweep away the power of the lightning. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they were only affected by the power of the lightning. The main target of the spear was Yi Shiwen. What kind of terrifying pressure would he have to face now? However, Yi Shiwen acted as if he did not see it. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he himself did not move at all. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. He only took a sip of immortal wine, and the long spear had already closed in on him. At this moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. Divine light shone around him. Chapter 3180. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. Divine light shone from his body, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The Avicii sword in his hand shone brightly, and he directly pointed it out. The sword radiance shot out directly, turning into a terrifying attack that swept out. The spear and the sword radiance collided on the spot, and the sound of the great Tao erupted, like the sound of metal clashing, turning into circles of Tao patterns that swept out. This was a collision between the strongest emperors, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The Thunder Emperor had dominated the Thunder Lake, and he had never been afraid of anyone. He directly used all his strength in this attack. Rumble. Everyone only heard a rumbling sound, and more than half of the martial Emperor heaven collapsed. Feeling that the collapse of the sky was about to spread, everyone instantly panicked and retreated. But soon, they found that at this time the human emperor and Fengyi clan had taken action to stabilize the sky, so that the spreading power would not sink the entire martial emperor heaven. This was also the martial emperor heaven that Yi Shiwen had created. If it was the martial emperor heaven that was based on the world trees seedling among the myriad heavens, such a level of collapse would not occur at all. Even a battle between celestial masters would be able to withstand it. Thump, thump, thump. While everyone was still in a state of shock, they only saw the Thunder Emperor retreating again and again. Every step he took left a huge footprint in the void, as if every step he took would trample through the entire world. His body was withstanding a terrifying power, and his arms were trembling slightly. In this collision with Yi Shiwen, he was completely at a disadvantage. It felt like he was not fighting a human at all, but a humanoid beast. In terms of physical cultivation, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly at the peak of perfection among all the people he knew. He retreated a few steps in a row and finally got rid of this force. The tip of his spear was still trembling and issuing a burst of vibrating sound. And at this time, without waiting for him to take a breath, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He moved from his cloud bed, and his whole body pounced out like a rock spreading its wings. With a dragon rising and a phoenix falling, he had already appeared in front of the Thunder Emperor. Compared to the Thunder Emperor, Yi Shiwen was not affected at all by the impact just now. So fast! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's eyes flickered with astonishment. The speed of the Thunder Law that he had cultivated was also unique. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster than the speed of the Thunder Law that he had cultivated. This was beyond his expectations. Yi Shiwen was able to catch up with his speed and seriously injure him just now. He had already revealed some clues, but he didn't have time to think about it at that time. Now that he thought about it, he felt shocked in his heart. Hurry up and bow down! Yi Shiwen gave a loud shout, and the blood in his body rose to the peak in a flash. Compared to the previous blow, it was simply incomparable. In an instant, it was as if the entire river of time had been frozen. Everything was frozen under the corrosion of this power. This moment felt like an eternity. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor could only retract his spear and hurriedly block. Clang! A loud roar was heard, and another astonishing Tao pattern swept out in all directions, bringing with it a terrifying might. Power of thunder, immortal! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor suddenly felt a more astonishing and terrifying power spreading over than before. He could only shake his own law with difficulty to enhance his martial power. The Thunder Law was spreading all over his body to resist Yi Shiwen's huge power. At this time, he had completely lost the power to fight back. After Yi Shiwen took the initiative, he had completely turned it into an advantage. He had to do his best to resist the power that Yi Shiwen poured out. He had never raised his martial power to the limit like this. The power of thunder was everywhere in the world, but even so, in such a collision, he could only use his legs to constantly dispel the amazing power. Kill, break for me! Before he finished, Yi Shiwen slashed down with his sword again. Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. It seemed that his whole body was burning, and the golden blood was burning like a flame. At this moment, Yi Shiwen seemed to have integrated with the world and became a whole again. There was a wonderful transformation and evolution, as if a person had turned into a path, and his whole body was pressing down. Bang! Another sword slashed under the sky, shaking Thunder Emperor's long spear with amazing power. The terrifying power shook out the ripples of the path and swept out. Puff! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor finally spat out a mouthful of blood. In the continuous collisions, the blood in his chest was surging, and he finally couldn't control it. He couldn't even retreat. His legs dragged out 2 huge space cracks in the void. He didn't dare to retreat to dispel the power, because if he took a step forward, he would no longer be able to defend himself, and he would fly out on the spot. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. This scene had happened too fast. It hadn't given them any time to react. They could only see that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had suffered a big loss in Yi Shiwen's hands. He had been defeated again and again. Too strong, too fast. No one knew who finally came up with such a sentence, but this was also the only thought in everyone's mind. They couldn't say anything else at this time. The situation changed too fast, and they didn't have the slightest time at all. Only such an intuitive thought directly came up. Not bad. You can withstand my 2 sword strikes. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Let's see if you can withstand my 3rd sword strike. The sword light was dazzling, and everything in the void was boiling. Under the stirring of this sword light, everything seemed to be boiling. Clang! The sword momentum was brewed to the limit, and it finally slashed down. The sword light seemed to have blasted the world down, and everything was no match for it at all. Bang! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor barely held his spear horizontally in front of him and blocked this deadly sword attack. However, he had only blocked the most deadly attack and nothing more. However, the spear in his hand had been knocked out in an instant. His hands were finally unable to support themselves. They were already dripping with blood and had been shattered under Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength. He couldn't hold the long spear at all. Swoosh! The long spear was like a meteor that directly fell from the sky and fiercely stabbed into the ground. The entire ground was blasted into a terrifying crater with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and the bottom could not be seen. The power of this spear made everyone's heart beat wildly. This was not the power of an Emperor Lord. If an Emperor Lord attacked with all his strength, he could really sink the entire world. The majesty of an Emperor Lord was built on the strength of an Emperor Lord. Without that kind of shocking strength, any majesty was fake. At this time, everyone was more deeply aware of a problem. It wasn't that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor wasn't strong, but that Yi Shiwen was too strong. The powerful sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was still being suppressed by Yi Shiwen. This was especially felt by the human emperor and Fengishur. They wanted to freeze the space of martial Emperor Heaven, and not let the aftermath of the battle between the two of them destroy the human experts and elites below. In particular, they could feel how shocking the aftermath of the battle between the two of them was. Just by freezing the space and blocking the aftermath, they could already feel the huge pressure coming over wave after wave. If there was only one of them, it would be more than enough to protect themselves, but it would be difficult to completely block the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. Fortunately, there were two people here, so they could share some of the pressure. The two of them looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's hearts under their calm appearance. No one could feel it more clearly than themselves. No matter how many rumors and legends they had heard, in reality, it wasn't as direct and shocking as seeing Yi Shiwen go on a killing spree for real. Before their eyes, the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood essence, mixed with some fragments of his internal organs. His entire body was sent flying, smashing through several huge mountains in succession before he finally managed to stabilize himself. Yi Shiwen's sword momentum was getting heavier. Although he didn't use the magical power of Vicious Wave's 5-layer, it was enough to seriously injure the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Even if it wasn't a sudden attack, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor didn't have the slightest chance of winning in a head-on battle. Surrender or not? Yi Shiwen's figure floated in the void. One of his hands was behind his back, and the other hand was holding the Avicii sword. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with the birth and death of the universe. His martial power was also slowly increasing. "I won't surrender." The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor gritted his teeth and said unyieldingly. His hands slowly began to recover, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Shiwen. He was the dignified emperor of the Thunder Lake land, and he was invincible. Now he had to bow down to the human race that he had always looked down on. How could this be possible? This is not up to you. Yi Shiwen sneered. Roar! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor roared, and directly transformed in the void. He changed back into the original body of the sky-shaking Thunder Beast. His huge body was like an ancient divine mountain, and the endless power of thunder around him turned into a kingdom of thunder. "Since you don't want to surrender, then I'll beat you until you do." Yi Shiwen directly put away the Avicii sword and rushed out. Then he fiercely punched towards the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Bang! The fist fiercely hit the body of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Boom! The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor fiercely fell to the ground, and directly hit the ground, creating a shocking wave of earth that was thousands of feet high. The whole ground was shaking, as if the end of the world was coming. Volcanoes erupted everywhere, and earthquakes were unceasing. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor still wanted to move, but Yi Shiwen directly caught up with him and blasted another punch. Boom! 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 Every punch was like a comet hitting the earth, and the world shook. Chapter 30, 181. Boom! 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 The earth and sky were shaking. Mountains were cracking everywhere. Cracks began to appear in the space. Everyone who saw this felt terrified. The powerful figures of the human race knew that the space was fixed by human emperor and Fengyi. Even if the battle was fierce, it wouldn't affect them. However, they were still terrified when they saw the scene. If they were in Yi Shiwen's position, they would die from just one punch. Not just one, but a group of people would die. A group of people would evaporate. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had no way to resist at all. Although his strength and magic power had increased after transforming into his original body, he had no advantage over Yi Shiwen at all. There was no difference from before. He was still caught by Yi Shiwen, and then he was beaten up. At this time, he finally understood how big the gap between him and Yi Shiwen was. Imperial blood continuously splashed out in the sky. It was a ghastly sight. He was not convinced. How could this human beat him like this? If it wasn't for the Underground Alliance, he would have already led the army of Thunder Lake to invade the human race. However, Yi Shiwen's current strength reminded him of the past. That majestic and mighty man had repelled their army almost by himself. Moreover, he had beaten them so hard that they couldn't even fight back. Moreover, he had forced them to sign the Undercity Alliance. That horrible memory was suppressed at the bottom of his heart with the passage of time. Moreover, his cultivation was no longer the same as it was at that time. He thought that he had completely eliminated the psychological shadow of that time, but in fact he found that it was not the case at all. Yi Shiwen's strength was just like the situation at that time. With my emperor's blood, I sacrificed the heaven and earth. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor roared. With a buzzing sound, the chi and blood all over his body seemed to be ignited by something. The blood that he spat out was burning fiercely, turning into a terrifying power that integrated into his body. The roar of the great path could almost be heard. Then the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor let out a loud roar and flew up. He transformed into a mass of terrifying thunder and lightning and blasted towards Yi Shiwen, completely submerging him. Patrol Envoy. Seeing this move, Human Emperor and Fengyi couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were anxious. The power of this move was very horrible. It could only be used when an emperor was forced to a dead end. If it were them, they would be finished. So they became nervous. However, at this moment, when everyone cried out in surprise, they saw a huge hand reaching out from the sky, directly grabbing the boundless lightning in its hand and forcibly extinguishing it. The lightning energy that was capable of destroying the world was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. He grabbed and extinguished it with one hand. Immediately after, the huge hand slapped the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor fiercely. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was instantly hit. Boom! Thunder Emperor slammed down again. This time the power was even stronger. It set off thousands of dust waves and expanded in all directions. The sky-shaking Thunder Monarch, who was already severely injured in the first place, let out a miserable cry. His internal organs were nearly shaken out, and his blood flowed like a river, flowing like a river. Many experts of the human race breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene in front of them. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. That attack was already terrifying enough. However, Yi Shiwen was even more terrifying. He had completely crushed that attack into pieces with ease. What kind of amazing combat power was this? Yi Shiwen appeared in the void. That attack just now seemed terrifying, but it didn't even hurt the corner of his clothes. However, he was secretly surprised. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years of cultivation the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor had used to unleash that strike? The power of that strike had actually reached the level of the seventh realm. For him, this attack was nothing. After all, he was already at the peak of the seventh realm. He was confident that he couldn't find any opponent in the seventh realm. However, if it was an ordinary person, he would have suffered a big loss. You are already in the seventh realm. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's eyes widened. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. He even spat out fragments of his internal organs. However, he was very clear about the power of his attack. It could even be said that it was enough to seriously injure a seventh realm expert who wasn't paying attention. However, it was completely useless in front of Yi Shiwen. This meant that Yi Shiwen's strength was definitely above the seventh realm. That's right. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly, but it's too late now. I gave you a chance to surrender, but you refused. Now you won't have it easy. Yi Shiwen condensed a mass of terrifying power in his hand. It directly turned into a big hand and fiercely grabbed the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor's body. The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor had already been seriously injured in the successive collisions. He had no strength to fight back. He could only helplessly watch this big hand grab his body. Then, Yi Shiwen tore a part of his spirit from his body. Roar! Thunder Emperor was in pain. He could only roar again and again. The earth was shaking, but it was of no use at all. He just wanted to move, but he saw a seal. It directly suppressed him. He couldn't even move at all. He couldn't even recover. Yi Shiwen took the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor's spirit into his hand and muttered something. His hands were constantly pinching many seals. Soon, the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor only felt that his spirit had faintly fused with Yi Shiwen. From the other end of the connection came an inviolable supreme majesty. It seemed that as long as Yi Shiwen thought about it, he would be annihilated. How could he not understand that Yi Shiwen had cast a spell on him? He was under the control of Yi Shiwen. He couldn't even muster up the thought of resisting. Once he had such a thought or plotted something, his whole body would be in extreme pain. He could even feel his spirit burning. He hurriedly suppressed this thought. Otherwise, he would be burned alive by his own primordial spirit. What did you do to me? The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. Of course, he knew that this method was used to control others. But how could it be used to control Emperors? After all, Emperors were supreme existences that fused with the world. A part of their primordial spirit was even directly attached to the heavenly way, so it was impossible for them to be controlled. You'd better be obedient. Otherwise, you will be annihilated with just a thought of mine. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. Originally, he didn't want to use such an extreme method. However, since Thunder Emperor refused to surrender, then there was no other way. This method of controlling people was not created by Yi Shiwen. In fact, Yi Shiwen learned it in the process of repairing the demon summoning banner. In the past, a supreme existence in the demon clan refined the demon summoning banner. He integrated the spirit of many great demons in the world into it. They were all controlled by the demon summoning banner. Not only them, but even their descendants had to obey the guidance of the demon summoning banner. This was the most fundamental reason why the ancient demon clans, Heavenly Court, could rule the world. Because many great demons were controlled by the demon summoning banner, they had no choice but to obey the demon clan's Heavenly Court. They didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. Even after countless years, when Yi Wuti re-established the demon clan's Heavenly Court, many descendants of these great demons returned to the demon clan's Heavenly Court. It wasn't because they were willing to obey Yi Wuti, who hadn't become an emperor yet. It was because they had no other choice. The ancient Heavenly Court possessed a method that could kill them. As long as they used such a method, not to mention themselves, even their children, grandchildren, and all their bloodlines would all die tragically at the first moment. This method was extremely cruel. However, it could also be regarded as a method to rapidly increase one's strength. He hadn't needed this method in the past when he was in the myriad heavens world. After all, he was the strongest expert. He could naturally develop the divine court into the number one colossus of the present age as long as he spent a certain amount of time. Now, if the human clan wanted to expand their strength in a short time, this was indeed a good method. However, this method itself could only be used by masters below the emperor level. It was extremely difficult for the emperor level to succeed. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had already seriously injured the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. He succeeded before the Thunder Emperor could react. However, it was not so easy to suppress such an emperor level. He needed to divide some of his energy. Therefore, he couldn't recruit as many as he wanted, like the cultivators below the emperor level. Otherwise, he could recruit a group of emperor-level army with this method. Wouldn't he be invincible? He didn't use such cruel means for everyone, and he didn't need to. Many people could see that Yi Shiwen actually controlled the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. They couldn't help but be shocked. This was much more difficult than killing the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. With Yi Shiwen's strength, it was not surprising that he could kill the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. However, it was completely shocking that he could control the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Everyone didn't know what method Yi Shiwen used, but they could still feel the danger. Since the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had been controlled, Yi Shiwen didn't use the seal talisman to seal him. He let the Thunder Emperor recover slowly. Without Yi Shiwen's help, the physical body of the Emperor level recovered very quickly. It didn't take long for the injuries on the Thunder Emperor's body to recover. At this time, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had no way to resist Yi Shiwen. Without Yi Shiwen's permission, even seeking death was impossible. He could only kneel down obediently. Chapter 3182. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it only took a moment. The battle between the imperial emperors was over before everyone was fully prepared. Everyone had heard the Thunder Emperor's words. Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen was a 7th level existence. Many people couldn't help but gasp. 7th level. No matter where it was, the 7th level was a dividing line. If a race didn't have a 7th level Imperial Emperor, it would only be a 2nd-tier race. The reason why the light race was so aggressive towards the human race was because after the Sui sovereign left, there was no one else in the human race who could suppress the situation. And now there was finally one. Many old fogies of the human race felt their eyes welling up with tears. It had been so many years since the Sui sovereign left, and the human race finally had a 7th level expert. Ran Huang and Fengyi couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Although they had received some news that the martial emperor might have entered the 7th level, the news was not accurate. Now, they knew that the rumors were true. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen was at the peak of the 6th level at most, so he was worried about the next step of the plan. But now he was completely relieved. A level 7 cultivator was already a lofty figure in this place, someone who stood above the clouds. It was enough to sweep across the world and suppress everything. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had the backing of the Fortune God dynasty, and he was appointed by the Battle Emperor. The success rate of the plan that Yi Shiwen had told them before had increased a lot. After subduing the Thunder Emperor, Yi Shiwen let him recover while he returned to the side of Ren Huang and Fengyi. Please lead the way. I heard that the Holy Mountain of Light is also holding a meeting. I want to see how many people will attend. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Ren Huang and Fengyi Shi immediately understood that Yi Shiwen was planning to go on a killing spree. Those people had given him the best excuse to do so. Judging from Yi Shiwen's condition after he returned, he was definitely a ruthless and decisive person. Patrol Envoy, do you need our help? The human emperor asked. No need. They're just some clowns. There is no need for your help. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said confidently, Then I'll take my leave first. After Yi Shiwen bade farewell, he flew directly to the side of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's mind was already controlled by Yi Shiwen at this time. So, he naturally understood Yi Shiwen's intention. So, he could only transform into his original body. He became smaller and turned into a mount. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor faced upwards and let out a long and loud roar. It seemed as if he wanted to vent his anger. Then he transformed into a mass of lightning and disappeared from the void. The other experts of human race looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't know what Yi Shiwen was planning to do. Where is the patrol envoy going? Why did the patrol inspector just leave? Soon, the crowd turned to Human Emperor and Fengyi. It seemed like only these two imperial emperors knew something. However, both of them had a mysterious look on their faces and didn't seem to want to explain anything. They just told the crowd to be patient and that they would know when the time came. However, the two of them still swept out their divine senses and quickly swept towards the holy mountain. Usually they wouldn't do this because it was tantamount to provocation. However, it didn't matter now. As soon as they swept out their divine senses, they found that there were many terrifying auras lying dormant in the holy mountain. There were far more auras than usual. The holy mountain also seemed to be in a festive mood. At this time, experts from all sides had gathered on the holy mountain. The experts of the 4 prefectures had already gathered here, except for the human race. The arrival of many imperial emperors had also made the holy mountain covered with auspicious clouds and colorful auspicious signs. The seats were also clearly divided into 4 camps according to the prefectures they were in. They were toasting and talking happily. At this moment, a lightning tore the sky and appeared in the venue. Everyone was shocked all of a sudden. There were countless defenses around the venue. There were layers upon layers of boundaries and formations. In their opinion, it was impossible for anyone to barge their way in. However, this bolt of lightning had broken through the air and arrived in an unreasonable manner. "Which friend has come?" A middle-aged man with a pair of wings on his back asked in the camp of the Light Clan. Everyone's gazes were fixed on that bolt of lightning. Very quickly, that bolt of lightning dissipated, and a man and a horse appeared, piercing through the air. At first it was nothing. However, there was a burst of exclamations in the camp of the Thunder Lock, because they recognized the identity of the man's mount. Sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. In the Thunder Lock, more than one person had seen the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's original body. It wasn't a secret, and it wasn't a disgrace to them. As such, they were able to recognize the sky-shaking Lightning Emperor immediately. What shocked them even more was that the invincible existence of the Lightning Lake Domain, the sky-shaking Lightning Emperor, was actually captured by someone as a mount, and he was willing to submit to that person. How is this possible? I must have recognized him wrongly, someone said in disbelief. He almost thought that he had seen wrongly. How could this be possible? What kind of existence was the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor? How could he become someone else's mount? Moreover, people who had cultivated to that level had pride in their hearts. They would rather die than become someone else's mount. However, what made them even more terrified was not the fact that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had become a mount, but the person who had captured the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor and made him a mount. Who is that person? Soon, people from the other camps also exclaimed. They had also heard about it. How is this possible? That's the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. It should be known that the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had a great reputation even in the 4 prefectures. He was a first-class figure in the 4 prefectures. Now, he had actually become someone else's mount. This was undoubtedly a complete subversion of their worldview. It made them feel as if their worldview had collapsed. Who are you? At this time, the middle-aged man from the Light Clan asked, "Didn't you hold a meeting to oppose me? What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Yi Shiwen sat on the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor and said with a chuckle, "What? You are a martial emperor." At this time, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only him, but even the others were dumbfounded. They had thought of thousands of possibilities, but they never thought that Yi Shiwen would dare to come to their meeting and face the heroes. His guts were not ordinary. The experts of the other clans also changed their expressions at the same time. Speak of the devil and he will appear. They were just planning how to deal with Yi Shiwen, but they did not expect that Yi Shiwen would directly kill them one day. It turns out that the patrol envoy has come. Sorry for not going out to meet you. The middle-aged man from the Light clan immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "It's not that I didn't go out to meet you. I'm here to eradicate the rebels who conspired against the Fortune God dynasty." Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. Everyone's complexion suddenly changed. Although they had conspired to give Yi Shiwen a hard time, they hadn't thought that Yi Shiwen would tear off all pretenses of cordiality with them in such a simple manner. He didn't even have the mood to talk to them. This was completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. They were afraid of Yi Shiwen, so they did not think that he would directly shed all pretense of cordiality with them. It was not because they were afraid of Yi Shiwen, but because they were afraid of the Fortune God dynasty behind Yi Shiwen. That behemoth had been the only master of this vast land since ancient times. After countless years of accumulated power, they did not dare to go against him. They dared to go against Yi Shiwen, but they did not dare to go against the Fortune God dynasty. Not to mention them, even the legendary super sects did the same. What patrol envoy? He is just a lucky person. Do you really think that you are the representative of the Fortune God dynasty? Do you really think that you are a big shot? The human race is fine in the human province, but what are they outside the human province? You can only be slaves. A cold voice said directly. It was quite rude, but it was hidden in the dark and had no intention of showing up. Who has any objections? Why don't you come out and fight? This patrol envoy has no other skills, but I specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Yi Shiwen was quite high profile, and he had no intention of keeping a low profile. You are just relying on the Fortune God dynasty behind you to intimidate others. Do you think that the Fortune God dynasty will really support you? The voice sounded again, and it was still hidden in the crowd. The voice came from all directions, and there was no way to determine where it came from. Cowardly scoundrel! As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, he finally moved. In an instant, the golden blood and qi around his body surged, as if he was covered with a layer of golden radiance. His blood and qi were monstrous, and he was unusually fierce. Fast! 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 He finally made his move, like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending. He had already rushed into the Dark Province's camp and attacked the leader of the Dark Province's camp. His big hand was like the clouds in the sky, and it slammed down ruthlessly. That person's entire body was pitch black, like charcoal, but his whole body was glowing with a kind of dim light. He saw Yi Shiwen directly attacking him, and suddenly became startled and angry. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be able to find him. The heavenly power technique that he cultivated was also extremely profound. When he hid in the crowd, he had never been discovered by anyone, let alone directly being found out. Everyone's eyes looked over, and they understood that the strange voice just now was from this person. Roar! Being forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen, he suddenly let out a long roar and also punched out. Chapter 30, 183. Bang! The fist and the palm collided fiercely, creating waves of Tao runes. Although the person who had spoken so rudely was not an honorable person, he was indeed a sovereign emperor. However, he was just a sovereign emperor who had just become a sovereign. Having just become an emperor, he was in high spirits. He felt that the world was full of mediocre people. Even the patrol inspector, Yi Shiwen, was nothing to him. He was just a lucky person. Therefore, he dared to speak insolently. Even the master of the Light clan did not dare to do this. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he felt his heart tremble in fear. A terrifying force spread out in all directions like a monstrous wave, and he was the most important target of it. With a loud bang, his fist turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Bone fragments flew everywhere and blood dripped. Ah! The emperor of the dark race screamed and retreated, trying to avoid Yi Shiwen's attack range. However, Yi Shiwen did not give him the chance to escape. He directly rushed forward and blasted a fist. The terrifying fist power distorted the space and blasted towards the emperor of the dark race. "Oh no, I'm dead!" The emperor of the dark race roared. Although he was arrogant, he could still tell the truth clearly. The fist power contained in this fist was extremely terrifying, far beyond the imagination of someone who had just become an emperor. At this time, he truly realized that although he was also an emperor, there was a huge gap between him and these top figures. "Stop!" A loud shout came from the side. Then a black light broke through the sky and instantly shot towards Yi Shiwen's side. However, facing this attack, Yi Shiwen did not even look at it. He just blasted his fist down as usual. Bang! That emperor of the dark generation couldn't dodge at all. Yi Shiwen's punch had already covered all the places he could dodge to. Therefore, he was directly hit in the chest by the punch. The body of the emperor that had just condensed not long ago collapsed on the spot. The body of the emperor that was said to be indestructible was nothing in front of this fist. With just one punch, he had completely turned into a cloud of blood mist. That one punch had overdrawn the life force of his body, making it impossible for him to reorganize. As for the other attack, it stopped 3 feet away from Yi Shiwen's body. The unique radiance of the time power flickered with enchanting radiance and blocked this attack. At the same time, a black figure leapt out of the bloody mist. It was the Dark Sovereign's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit hid in his Tao treasure and escaped death. The Tao treasure exploded, but his primordial spirit was fine. In the blink of an eye, this figure pounced directly towards Yi Shiwen. He wanted to sneak into Yi Shiwen's spirit and kill it. He hated Yi Shiwen so much that he wanted to fight with him. If it was an ordinary emperor, he might have fallen into his trap, but who was he facing? It was Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just stretched out his hand and grabbed the primordial spirit of the Dark Race Emperor in his hand, and then crushed it on the spot. The Dark Race Emperor's primordial spirit was very fast, almost impossible to break, but he met Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen's speed was much faster than his. At this point, the expressions of the experts of the 4 prefectures who were present here had changed one after another. Yi Shiwen had only used a few moves since the start of the fight. However, each of his moves could be said to be fatal. A sovereign emperor who had become a sovereign emperor wouldn't be killed in just a few moves, no matter how weak he was. What kind of terrifying attack power was this? Reckless fool! The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor was lying on the ground above the clouds. He had a leisurely look on his face. Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength. However, he had a look of disdain on his face. He had just suffered a big loss in the hands of Yi Shiwen, and had been subdued as a mount. He had heard the comments of those people a moment ago. It was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. However, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Therefore, he sneered even more. See, it was not that he was too weak, but the enemy was too cruel. Even the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, who dominated the Thunder Lake, was not a match for them, so they should be prepared. That new emperor of the Dark Race was simply reckless, and deserved to be beaten to death. That Dark Race Emperor had clearly seen his fate, but still dared to provoke him. Obviously, he did not put him in his eyes. This kind of person, even if Yi Shiwen did not attack, he would still kill him. How dare you? You're just a mere human, yet you're acting so mighty. Today is the gathering of the elites of all races. Do you want to become enemies with all of us? A voice filled with suppressed anger came from the side. Yi Shiwen turned his head and saw that it was a ferocious beast that was emitting a dark light and had turned into a human form in the air. It was a middle-aged man, and he stared at Yi Shiwen with a pair of copper bell-like eyes. He was the one who attacked just now, but the problem was that Yi Shiwen did not care about his attack at all, and directly killed the younger generation of his clan. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for him. The two sides confronted each other on the spot, and there was no need for a reason to be hostile. So what if I am your enemy? Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back and said, lightly looking at him, this was a seventh realm master. Among the dark race, only one person could possibly enter the seventh realm, and that was the leader of the dark race, the Dark Shadow Emperor. Therefore, this person's identity was already obvious. Of course, in the past few years, it was impossible that he did not make any preparations, so he naturally had some understanding. Whether it was the dark race or the stone race, to be able to dominate a region, they naturally had top-notch masters overseeing them. The Dark Shadow Emperor had already said that he was in closed-door training for the sake of breaking through to the seventh realm, and now it seemed that he had already entered the seventh realm. Becoming an enemy means death. Martial Emperor, do you really think that the Fortune God dynasty will support you? What a joke! Even if we kill you here, the Fortune God dynasty will not be able to do anything to us. A deep buzzing sound was heard from the side. A stone man whose entire body was made up of huge stones emerged from the crowd. He exuded a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the Dark Shadow Emperor's in the slightest. Stone Emperor. Yi Shiwen also recognized this person's identity very easily. He was the only top-notch expert of the Stone Clan who had such a cultivation. He was the Stone Emperor. In fact, the Stone Emperor's cultivation was slightly stronger than the Dark Shadow Emperor's. The Stone Emperor had entered the seventh realm many years ago, and naturally the Dark Shadow Emperor, who was only at the seventh realm, could not be compared to him. Martial Emperor, we respect you as the patrol envoy and do not want to fight, but if you really want to become our enemy, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the winged man from the light race spoke. He was the #1 expert of the light race, the Light Saint Emperor. He was also the current leader of the light race, and the light race became stronger and stronger under his leadership. In the end, the light race was able to share the world with the human race. Although his cultivation was not as good as the Dark Shadow Emperor and the Stone Emperor, he had already entered the peak of the sixth realm and could be considered a top-notch figure. Only in the Thunderlock land, no one stepped out from the crowd, because the strongest expert in the Thunderlock land, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, had been taken as a mount by Yi Shiwen. Compared to the people outside, they were more aware of the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's terrifying strength. Over the countless years, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had proven his strength countless times. Even so, when facing Yi Shiwen, he was still unable to fight back and was captured as a mount. What kind of tragic defeat had he experienced to be so pitiful as a mount? With such a precedent, who would dare to make a move? With just you guys. Yi Shiwen sneered. Today, I am here on behalf of the Fortune God dynasty to punish the insubordinate. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, not a single one of you will be spared, and all of you will die. Of course, he understood that as long as he attacked with lightning speed, the Fortune God dynasty would not interfere in the end. If they wanted to interfere in everything, even with the strength of the Fortune God dynasty, they would not be able to do anything. This was what these people were thinking, and Yi Shiwen also wanted to make use of this point. He would kill them all, and in the end he only needed to give the Fortune God dynasty an explanation. It was not a troublesome matter at all. Haha! What a good way to punish the insubordinate. The Stone Emperor laughed heartily, and his loud voice spread throughout the light, holy mountain. His eyes were as cold as the universe, and there was not a trace of emotion in them. I want to see what kind of support the Fortune God dynasty will give you. Since you are here, then don't leave. Stay here for me. In an instant, the Stone Emperor made the first move. No one knew when, but a large halberd had already appeared in his hand. This large halberd was made from an unknown stone, and it exuded a terrifying might. The large halberd slashed down, and a series of trembling noises rang out. Circles of Tao patterns emerged around the large halberd, containing the great Tao. It soared into the sky like a stone dragon and directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. The space between heaven and earth seemed to be filled with stone chi. This was an attack from a supreme emperor, and the stone emperor could be said to have used his full strength. When Yi Shiwen attacked just now, he understood that the patrol envoy's reputation was not undeserved. He did not dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen and directly attacked on the spot. The large halberd smashed down, sealing off all escape routes. The Stone Emperor wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. The Stone Emperor had been domineering all his life, and he had never fallen behind anyone. At this time, facing the patrol envoy of the Fortune God dynasty, Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen was no exception. "Good. All of you are going to die, you troublemakers." Yi Shiwen was not afraid. His body emitted millions of strands of immortal light, and the Avicii sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 30:184. Boom! In an instant, the great halberd and the long sword collided in the air. The terrifying power sublimated and surged. The Stone Emperor's world Tao laws spread out in an instant. On the other side, the 3,000 great Taos on Yi Shiwen's body turned into many law talismans that danced in the sky. Like two raging waves, they suddenly collided, devouring and twisting each other. The terrifying power spread out from the collision. This was a collision between two emperor lords. The collision between the seventh realm and above instantly exploded, engulfing the entire Holy Light Mountain. The emperor lords present hurriedly used their magical powers to freeze the space. At the same time, the many arrays on the Holy Light Mountain were activated, stabilizing the turbulence. "Today, I will let you die here. Even the Fortune God dynasty will have nothing to say." The Stone Emperor roared arrogantly, his hair fluttering in the wind. "Want to kill me? With just you two?" Yi Shiwen's voice penetrated through the endless waves of dust. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning, directly pouncing on the Stone Emperor. The two of them are fighting again. All kinds of collision sounds swept out. Probably only a few people could remain calm, while the others were trembling. Although they were all high and mighty figures in the 4 provinces, dominating a region, with a shake of their feet, countless people would bleed like a river. But in the face of the battle between the two of them, it was simply not enough. From the looks of it, the lives of these two people were no different from the lives of the common people who were dominated by them. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This was not an ordinary battle between emperor lords. Even among the emperor lords, the seventh realm was the most tyrannical group of people. Boom! 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 As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Spatial fragments shot out in all directions. Buzz! The Stone Emperor's great halberd slashed down, erupting with a buzzing sound. All kinds of great Taos appeared, almost directly descending on Yi Shiwen's forehead. This was the most terrifying attack. The law of time around Yi Shiwen's body transformed into a domain that spread in all directions. It seemed as if the entire space was about to collapse. Clang! This attack was blocked by the time robe, and Yi Shiwen took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to launch an attack. He immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack the space between the Stone Emperor's eyebrows. If it could be said that the Stone Emperor was powerful, then Yi Shiwen was even more powerful than him. He didn't use any fancy moves. Instead, he immediately engaged in a life-and-death battle. What a powerful fist technique! The Stone Emperor instantly sensed the terror of Yi Shiwen's punch. The fist force twisted the heaven and earth into a 6 paths wheel, suppressing all powerful enemies. It was indeed a terrifying fist technique, but he had no intention of backing down. He had encountered countless powerful enemies in his life, and he had never backed down. Just as he roared, thousands of rays of light flashed around him, and endless stone paths appeared. It was as if he had returned to the Stone Age, where stone energy dominated everything in this world. The Stone Emperor had already reached the pinnacle of mastery in the Tao of Stone. Every time he made a move, he would possess an incredible might. Boom! Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed into the surrounding stone energy, and the extremely dense stone energy was dispersed by the punch. It couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's fist force at all. However, the Stone Emperor also took advantage of this gap to return the halberd in his hand and block the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Clang! The 6 paths of reincarnation fist's momentum didn't decrease, and it hit the halberd. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in his hand, and the Stone Emperor's arm trembled slightly. What a terrifying power! The Stone Emperor was secretly shocked. He had thought that Yi Shiwen's most terrifying aspect was his attainments in fist techniques. But now, it seemed that his unreasonable power was the most terrifying aspect of Yi Shiwen's fist technique. Cries of surprise rang out from below. Many people could see that the Stone Emperor had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this exchange, especially the experts of the stone race. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The Stone Emperor, who was synonymous with invincibility in their hearts, had actually suffered a huge loss. TCH, what's this? The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor curled his lips in disdain. He recalled that both of his hands had exploded due to Yi Shiwen's unreasonable strength. This was the first time he had realized that someone's power could be tyrannical to this extent. In fact, the Stone Emperor was nothing compared to him. He was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he encountered the Stone Emperor. But he couldn't even protect himself after encountering Yi Shiwen. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor hadn't paid any attention to the human race at first. And he hadn't paid any attention to the so-called patrol envoy of the human race. This patrol envoy was merely a lucky person. But he had dared to leap above the experts of the 4 prefectures. He was courting death. He had wanted to find out what was going on first, and then find an opportunity to teach that so-called patrol envoy a lesson. But he hadn't taught him a lesson. Instead, he had been taught a lesson. Now he saw that the Stone Emperor had suffered a huge loss at Yi Shiwen's hands. So he was taking pleasure in the Stone Emperor's misfortune. He couldn't be the only one who suffered. Everyone suffered together. This was how the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor felt at this moment. Yi Shiwen's strength had made him feel despair. But now he felt that Yi Shiwen wasn't bad at all. Is this all you've got? Yi Shiwen forced the Stone Emperor to retreat with a single strike. Then he smiled coldly and said, The Stone Emperor stabilized his figure. Yi Shiwen didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue him. Instead, he felt even more furious. Yi Shiwen clearly didn't care about him. He was confident that he could kill him, so he didn't care at all. A cold light flickered in his eyes. The laws of the Stone Tao were evolving, and the birth and death of the universe were within them. Finally, he attacked again. His halberd fiercely smashed down. There was a loud, buzzing sound, and an earth-shattering stone chi filled the air. With his halberd as the core, it directly transformed into an incomparably huge, ferocious beast. It divided yin and yang and went against time and space. Every scale of this ferocious beast was formed by the condensation of tens of thousands of law talismans. It was unknown how many law talismans had formed this incomparably huge, ferocious beast. Then it smashed down towards Yi Shiwen with the weight of Mount Tai. This attack instantly sealed off all of Yi Shiwen's escape routes. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Facing an attack from an Emperor King, there was no room to hide. He could only resist with all his strength. This time, the ferocious beast formed by the halberd was incomparably terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and directly pounced over. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have any intention of moving. He merely opened his eyes. His entire body was emitting a terrifying sword light. Every pore on his body was emitting sword chi. This sword chi and sword light all converged above his head and completely transformed into a sword Tao river, buried heaven's sword. It was still the same sword technique. However, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the buried sword technique that Yi Shiwen had first cultivated. In Yi Shiwen's hands, this set of buried sword technique even had the ability to resist and severely injure an emperor king. Whoosh! The collision only lasted for an instant. Yi Shiwen's sword light instantly sliced this ferocious beast apart. Its bloody mouth also collapsed in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's level of swordsmanship was too strong. Among the 3,000 martial arts he knew, it was also one of the most powerful martial arts. How did his swordsmanship suddenly soar? The Stone Emperor could clearly feel that Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship level had suddenly increased by a lot. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's so powerful. It's like this sword can pierce through heaven and earth. The other Emperor Kings were instantly shocked. They could also feel the power of this sword. The power of the Stone Emperor's halberd was also very strong. However, in the face of Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship, it was nothing. It was instantly sliced apart. One could imagine how terrifying this swordsmanship was. The Stone Emperor also felt how terrifying this terrifying swordsmanship was. It almost instantly broke through his attack. Immediately after, the sword light of Yi Shiwen didn't lose any momentum. It turned into a terrifying sword Tao river. It was like a white rainbow crossing the sky, intertwining between heaven and earth. Even the longitude and latitude lines between heaven and earth were replaced by the swordsmanship. Damn, how can he be so strong? At this moment, the Stone Emperor almost immediately felt the sword momentum sweeping over. The stone energy around his body also collapsed in an instant. It melted and disappeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was like a sword emperor who dominated heaven and earth. His swordsmanship suppressed everything, not giving other laws a chance to breathe. Far away on Buzhou Mountain, the human emperor and Fengyi sure looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. After a long time, they finally spoke. The power of this swordsmanship. I'm afraid even the sword monarch can't deal with it. At this moment, the human emperor finally spoke. Fengyi sure nodded, indicating that he agreed with the human emperor. They were all very clear about the strength of the sword monarch as the third emperor of the human race. Because of the strength of the swordsmanship itself, it was difficult to find a match for him in the same realm. The sword monarch was also a legend and a myth in the human race because he walked on a completely different path from the human emperor and Fengyi. He walked on a completely different path. He was very tyrannical. However, it seemed that he was nothing compared to Yi Shiwen. Although the patrol envoy's realm is indeed stronger than the sword monarch's, it's not a matter of realm. The patrol envoy's comprehension of swordsmanship is probably above the sword monarch's. Fengyi said, I didn't expect the patrol envoy to have this kind of ability. It seems that we have completely underestimated the patrol envoy. How many secrets are hidden in the patrol envoy's body? I'm afraid no one knows except for him. The human emperor sighed slightly and said, Chapter 3185. Both of them felt that they had completely underestimated Yi Shiwen, the patrol envoy. He was not that simple. It turns out that his swordsmanship is so tyrannical. No wonder he is so arrogant. The Stone Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was growing at an astonishing rate, and a single horn had grown out of his head. It was grayish-white in color, like white jade, and exuded a holy and powerful aura. His body had doubled in size. The power of the halberd in his hand was even more astonishing. He slashed at Yi Shiwen. Boom! The long sword and the halberd collided. The void collapsed everywhere. Everything was absorbed by the chaotic turbulence. The Stone Emperor suddenly grew. It was as if he was the only ruler of the world. The single horn on his head exuded a noble and powerful aura. The aura spread out in circles. Yi Shiwen's sword aura collapsed instantly. It couldn't get close to him. This horn is something that I cultivated for countless years. You should be proud to die under this horn. The Stone Emperor said with a cruel smile. What is that? Why did the Stone Emperor's aura suddenly become so much stronger? Some people didn't understand and asked. That's the Celestial Master's horn. I heard that the Stone Emperor once obtained a Celestial Master's incomplete body part. It is the Celestial Master's horn. It contains terrifying power. The Stone Emperor has been in closed-door training all year round to cultivate the Celestial Master's horn. I didn't expect that he would actually succeed. No wonder he is so confident. He is indeed powerful. Some people couldn't help but feel enlightened. It is said that the Celestial Master's horn was left behind by a Celestial Master. It contains a part of the Celestial Master's great way. It is very powerful. No one can match it. Many people exclaimed in shock when they saw the Celestial Master's horn on the Stone Emperor's head. Even the Dark Shadow Emperor's pupils shrank. The Stone Emperor's move had completely exceeded his expectations. Thanks to the blessing of the Celestial's horn, the Stone Emperor's power skyrocketed. He didn't seem alive, but rather like the sovereign of heaven and earth. With every step he took, the Celestial's horn sucked in all of the magical laws of heaven and earth. It was as if he were one with heaven and earth. At this moment, the Stone Emperor was the sole overlord of this world, the sole emperor. On this Empyrean's horn, there seemed to be many divine kingdoms forming. Some were like prehistoric worlds, and some had developed extremely prosperous civilizations. They were all different. These scenes fell into Yi Shiwen's eyes. This celestial lord's horn was indeed extraordinary. However, he could still see that this celestial lord's horn should be incomplete. Otherwise, the strength of the Stone Emperor shouldn't be limited to this. However, the Stone Emperor didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to sigh in amazement. Instead, he immediately attacked. The halberd in his hand suddenly chopped down, ruthlessly aiming at Yi Shiwen's chest. It seemed as if it was going to tear Yi Shiwen's chest into pieces. Yi Shiwen had thoroughly infuriated him. Not only had he defeated him, but he had also thoroughly humiliated him. This Empyrean's horn is a little interesting. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes, and a sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the Avicii sword in his hand shot out, transforming into a cold gleam that met the attack head-on. Clang! The halberd and the long sword collided once again, and the collision produced an earth-shattering sound. The world trembled in the presence of the Demon Emperor. Both sides were evenly matched. A shocked expression suddenly flashed across the Stone Emperor's face. He had even used his trump card, the Empyrean's horn. It was reasonable to say that no one in the same realm could be his opponent. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't used any trump card, and yet he was able to contend with him. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Such strength made the Stone Emperor terrified. Didn't this mean that if the Stone Emperor didn't have the Empyrean's horn, he wouldn't have been a match for Yi Shiwen, and would have been thoroughly beheaded? This is just the beginning. The Stone Emperor roared. His nostrils were like thunder, and his feet stepped on the heaven and earth. The halberd in his hand transformed into an even more terrifying heavenly momentum, and directly chopped down. Under his halberd, countless space and countless laws collapsed one after another. Terrifying black cracks appeared and spread towards Yi Shiwen. This attack was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning. It came and went like a ghost, and the mysteries of heaven were unpredictable. This time, the Stone Emperor planned to use speed to win. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen's strength was already strong enough. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to be stronger in speed. After using the Empyrean's horn, his strength and speed had increased a lot. Suppressing Yi Shiwen shouldn't be a problem. Clang! An incomparably loud sound echoed. This attack was directly blocked by the demon wings that stretched out from Yi Shiwen's back. The halberd was ultimately unable to break through the defense of the demon wings. At this time, Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and the Avicii sword appeared in his hand. Then he took a big step forward and rushed towards the Stone Emperor. Then he attacked. Sword Dao, Saber Dao, Fist Dao, 3,000 martial arts appeared behind Yi Shiwen in an instant. Each of these martial arts possessed unimaginably terrifying might. Each of these martial arts was an unimaginably supreme technique, and all of them emerged at this moment. What kind of Taoist technique is this? How can a single person cultivate so many martial Dao? The Stone Emperor was shocked. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. This was because Yi Shiwen had already pressed down, and the supreme pressure of 3,000 martial Dao suppressed him on the spot. Under the pressure of these 3,000 martial Dao, the stone energy around the Stone Emperor collapsed. The armor formed by the stone energy on his body also collapsed in an instant. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Dao had reached its limit. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Dao were too powerful. Each one was enough to suppress the entire universe and shake the world. Now, all of them had condensed together, forming a terrifying torrent that crashed down towards the Stone Emperor. Too strong! How can this be? I'll fight him to the death! The Stone Emperor roared. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts were densely packed together, and they completely covered his surroundings. He didn't have any chance to escape. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight him to the death. Boom! The Stone Emperor's halberd struck out, and it collided with the 3,000 martial Dao. Bang! The halberd in the Stone Emperor's hand was instantly blown away, and it turned into a meteor that flew out. It can't be. Did I see it wrong? How can someone be so tyrannical? The Stone Emperor is not a match for him at all. Could he be a legendary level 8 or even level 9 being? Otherwise, how can he be so strong? No, he is still at the 7th realm. Although they are at the same realm, he is clearly much more tyrannical than the Stone Emperor. Stone Emperor! Many experts of the Stone Clan turned pale with fright. They hurriedly wanted to go and help, but the terrifying power produced by the collision between the two sides made them not dare to approach. Once they approached, they would be completely annihilated by this terrifying shockwave, regardless of friend or foe. The complexion of the Shadow Sage Emperor changed, and he was about to intervene. However, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen had already sent the halberd flying out of the Stone Emperor's hand. Immediately afterward, the 3,000 martial artists seemed to have taken human form and attacked with terrifying power. Rumble! The Stone Emperor was directly hit by the 3,000 martial Dao. However, there was nothing to save him this time. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, and a huge wave of dust rose. Puff! The Stone Emperor spat out another mouthful of blood. His chest had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Dao. He was at a disadvantage in a collision of this level. One could well imagine his fate. The Holy Lord's horn on his head suddenly dimmed a lot. It was as if it had lost its luster. He didn't know how many years he had been storing his martial power, but even so, he was still not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that they still couldn't accept the fact that the Stone Emperor had been seriously injured. How can this be? Could it be that even the Stone Emperor is not a match for him? Many people exclaimed. Many people felt a chill run down their backs. If this was really the case, then they would be in danger. One had to know that they had gathered together to oppose Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen was too strong, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for them. The Stone Emperor couldn't stop coughing up blood. He felt as if the world was spinning around him. Everything in his body had collapsed, including his worldview. He had never imagined that someone could not only survive after he used the Holy Lord's horn, but also pose a huge threat to him. Your only SOO. With this kind of strength, where did you get the courage to contend against the fortune, divine dynasty? Yi Shiwen stood with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the long sword. A disdainful expression flashed across the corner of his mouth. The Stone Emperor was so angry that he vomited blood. He had tried his best, but Yi Shiwen actually said that he was only SOSO. Moreover, Yi Shiwen said that he was overestimating his own strength, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for the Stone Emperor. The Holy Lord's horn is simply a waste in your hands. You might as well leave it to me, Yi Shiwen said as he looked at the Holy Lord's horn. Since this Holy Lord's horn was left behind by a heavenly master, it must contain many mysteries of a heavenly master. If he could obtain it, he would be able to explore the secrets of a heavenly master. Don't even think about it. The Stone Emperor felt much better after spitting out another mouthful of blood. The flames of hatred in his eyes burned even brighter. At this time, Yi Shiwen moved. He instantly appeared in front of the Stone Emperor and formed a giant hand to grab the Holy Lord's horn from the Stone Emperor's forehead. Chapter 3186. Yi Shiwen was unparalleled and wanted to seize the Celestial Master's horn. Although he did not know which Celestial Master had left it behind, it would be of great use to him. Although he had yet to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor realm, he had already begun to prepare to break through to the Celestial Master realm in the future. He firmly believed that he would take that step one day. In fact, if he could comprehend some of the mysteries of the Celestial Master realm, it would also be of great benefit to his current cultivation. The giant hand grabbed towards the Stone Emperor. It was formed by countless interweaving laws and possessed unimaginable power. At this moment, the Dark Shadow Emperor, who was at the side, could not help but make a move. He took a big stride forward and blocked Yi Shiwen's path. He was not stupid. The strength that Yi Shiwen had displayed was too strong. It would be too disadvantageous for him to face Yi Shiwen alone. Suddenly, his entire body transformed into a domain of endless darkness. It was a world of death. However, it wasn't exactly the same as the law of death that Yi Shiwen had come into contact with in the past. He had walked his own path. The Duskeen energy was like bone powder flying in the air. It was as gloomy as a knife, and it was scraping the bones. Yi Shiwen's giant hand entered into this dark domain and was immediately restricted. Then, the Dark Shadow Emperor made his move. A long saber appeared in his hand. In an instant, the saber radiance flashed and pierced through the sky. It was like the Milky Way was rolling back. In an instant, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, and a cold, murderous aura shook the vast, starry sky. Boom! The giant hand that Yi Shiwen had created was completely destroyed on the spot. Yi Shiwen, your opponent is me, the Dark Shadow Emperor said coldly. You want to stop me? Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. Today, all of you will die. Yi Shiwen's words instantly caused the countenances of all the imperial monarchs present here to fluctuate between a livid and pale expression, and they felt rage surge into the sky. As dignified imperial monarchs, when had they ever been looked down upon like this? In Yi Shiwen's eyes, they were probably no different than ants, and he killed them just like that. They were emperors, not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. Then let's try. Countless skeletons appeared in the dark realm of the Dark Shadow Emperor. It was as if they were soaked in the water of the Yellow Springs, and they exuded a strange yet powerful aura. Suddenly, all these skeletons stood up. Each skeleton was as huge as a star. The aura of death was incomparably dense. They were releasing ice-cold, murderous intentions in this lonely and desolate impasse. The entire dark domain spread out and trapped Yi Shiwen inside. Finally, these skeletons moved and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. They were so overwhelming that it seemed as if the world was shaking. There were all kinds of white bones. They were all top experts who had been killed by the Shadow Emperor in the past. After they died, their primordial spirits and corpses became a part of the Shadow Emperor's domain, helping him kill even more powerful enemies. It's just a small trick. Do you think it'll work? Yi Shiwen remained unmoved. The Avicii sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and then disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of a skeleton. Boom! A sword light swept across and swept into the skeleton on the spot. After that, there was a loud roar. This skeleton, which belonged to an unknown expert, was directly swept into ashes by the sword light. He didn't wait for the other skeletons to pounce on him. His silhouette disappeared once again. He appeared behind another skeleton when he reappeared. The Avicii, sword in his hand, sprinkled out a silver river and chopped down. This skeleton turned into powder on the spot. These skeletons were undoubtedly experts from other powerful clans. Their bones were naturally very tyrannical. However, it was useless. Under Yi Shiwen's sword aura, they couldn't even withstand a single move. Whoosh! 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 Everyone only saw that within a few breaths, hundreds and thousands of white bones had been completely turned into ashes by Yi Shiwen's sword light. Even the dark realm of the Dark Shadow Emperor couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's advancement. For Yi Shiwen, it didn't seem to be the slightest bit difficult to move in the dark. Many Emperor Lords couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The Dark Shadow Emperor's dark realm was also a well-known existence in the land of the Four Provinces. Since ancient times, no one knew how many top experts had been killed by it. Those white bones were irrefutable evidence. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about this dark realm at all. In fact, he even displayed a feeling of ease. That feeling was as if he also had a very deep understanding of the law of darkness, so it was very difficult for the dark realm to do anything to him. What they didn't know was that their guess was actually very accurate. Indeed, Yi Shiwen also had a very deep understanding of the law of darkness, the law of death, and so on. He also had the dark Bodhi divine hand. In the past, he had killed his way into the Netherworld Kingdom, killed the Netherworld Emperor, and plundered many documents from the Netherworld Kingdom. In addition to the many scriptures in the Netherworld Kingdom, his understanding of these laws had also reached an extremely high level. Although it couldn't be said that he was completely immune to the invasion of the law of darkness and the law of death, it was not easy for the law of death and the law of darkness contained in this dark realm to do anything to him. At this time, the Dark Shadow Emperor had also realized this problem. Relying on the dark realm alone couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. He finally moved. Endless aura of the law flew around his body. His expression was very cold. His eyes were empty, and they were bursting with gray death aura. It seemed as if all the vitality in the world had been stripped away in an instant. Many people present felt that the blood in their body was about to fly out and be sucked away by the Dark Shadow Emperor. They hurriedly used their power to stabilize the blood in their body. Only then did they not let their blood be sucked away. However, not everyone on the Holy Light Mountain was so powerful. Similarly, there were many clansmen of the Light Clan who were not very powerful. These people immediately felt some terrifying suction force. Even under the protection of the formation on the Holy Light Mountain, they still self-destructed one after another. Their own blood turned into a long river of blood and flowed into the Dark Shadow Emperor's body. The Dark Shadow Emperor's aura also increased at a shocking speed. This was the law that their clan cultivated, so many people were very displeased with them. They were between the living and the dead, so it was inevitable that others would be afraid of them. The Light Saint Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The Dark Shadow Emperor did not hold back at all when he attacked. Anyway, it was not in their dark province, so it did not matter at all. However, he forcefully endured it because he also knew very well that the most important thing at this time was to deal with Yi Shiwen. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, to him, these clansmen who were below the emperor level were no different from ants. He was only angry because the Dark Shadow Emperor attacked recklessly. It was clear that he did not take him seriously and made him lose face. Just when everyone was shocked by the Dark Shadow Emperor's strength, the situation in the field had completely changed. The originally powerful white bones that filled the sky had now completely disappeared. In a short period of time, the Dark Shadow Emperor had absorbed a lot of blood, and his blood had increased a bit. Yi Shiwen had also wiped out all the white bones. In the beginning, Yi Shiwen still attacked one by one, but soon his attacks became more and more powerful. It was as if he was fighting in a galaxy in the universe. Every attack was the destruction of a galaxy, and every attack was the destruction of hundreds and thousands of white bones. His strength was also unprecedented. Die. At this moment, the Dark Shadow Emperor finally made his move. The long blade in his hand was slowly pushed forward. On the blade, there seemed to be a world being created. It was a world of death. In it, countless Grim Reapers were waving their hands, wantonly harvesting lives. He was the supreme ruler of death and darkness. The Dark Shadow Emperor's saber, Dao, had also reached an extreme. The blade could evolve into stars, evolve into the sun and the moon, and hatch a whole new world. Humph. Yi Shiwen just snorted coldly. The Avicii sword in his hand seemed to have received a strong stimulation. It was buzzing and trembling intensely. Then it turned into a terrifying force and swept over. The sword light swept up, and it seemed to have turned into a galaxy and slashed down coldly. Boom! This was a confrontation between two extremely terrifying laws, and they collided fiercely. In particular, the world maintained by the Dark Realm seemed to have completely exploded in such a collision. The power of the two was wreaking havoc. Even the entire Holy Light Mountain could feel this power raging, and many ancient formations were awakened. Those terrifying forces rolled back. In an instant, most of them were destroyed. The two of them confronted each other in the void. The powerful shock waves mainly swept towards them, and the two of them let this power wreak havoc. In the exchange of blows, the Dark Shadow Emperor was not able to completely gain the upper hand. He was not able to send Yi Shiwen flying as he had imagined. After facing an increase in strength, Yi Shiwen was still motionless. He did not feel the slightest bit of wavering, and his attack was smashed by Yi Shiwen's sword. From the aftermath of the explosion, Yi Shiwen rushed out as if a heavenly lord had descended, and his whole body was bathed in a kind of amazing golden light. Yi Shiwen's counterattack was launched in an instant. He rushed out in an instant, and the 3,000 martial arts were thoroughly displayed. Each of the martial arts had an extremely deep understanding. At this time, everyone was really in the mood to look at the 3,000 martial arts. When they saw it, they were immediately shocked. Each of the 3,000 martial arts was extremely powerful, enough for many people to study for a lifetime, let alone releasing all 3,000 at the same time. Everyone only had one thought. Was this really something that could be done by someone?